你的队友不会生气吧，哥哥？
Thank you very much, Sumi. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the grand finals of the International 10. Team Spirit up against PSG LGD Insania. It's a pleasure to have you by my side once again. How excited are you to see these two teams go head-to-head in this best of 5?
I mean, I'm extremely excited. This is bringing back memories of TI6, where you had DC make the miracle run in the lower bracket and going up against Wings at the time, and you have some of the Wings players on LGD's side. So I'm feeling TI6 vibes, and I think this Game 1 draft actually looks really, really good for Spirit.
Okay, what is it in particular you like about what they've done here in this first game?
I mean, I feel like, as Notail said, touched on, the way that the lanes are set up, I feel like they're going to have a really nice start to the game. And I feel like LGD's like really, really timing dependent. And they need to make sure that when they pop roll and they use the wolf bite on Ursa, they get a lot in the fights. And when I look at Spirit's draft, I see answers. They have the sleep, they have like 10 different stuns that they can throw out. And even if they burn the Ravage, I feel like the 4-man of their draft can still fight. So if they can get the Naga fat enough, if the Naga can ever join the fights and actually have a presence, I think their draft looks really, really nice to play.
And it's, you know, you've got to be excited to see it, right? Another game, Yatoro just continuing to show off his versatility of carry heroes. This is crazy here. Here in the grand finals, Naga Siren coming out. I mean, when you've seen how the man can play on all the list of heroes that he's pulled out so far, there's no reason to doubt that he can't pull out a top-tier performance on any of the carries available in the game.
Yeah, absolutely not. I mean, he's shown that he can play pretty much every single hero in the game. I've been so impressed by it. And the crazy thing is how flexible he is, too, and playing, like, he can play hard carry one game, and then the next game he's playing tempo. And this has led to, I think, Spirit having, like, the versatility in their draft and the ability to adapt the way they have throughout the tournament is, in my opinion, in large part because he's so versatile in his playstyle.
Yeah, I mean, as sort of a drafter, you know, when you come into a series or against Team Spirit, what do you do about the fact that they have sort of this special power in Yatoro's sort of hero pool? Like, do you just sort of ignore the carry? Do you still bother banning them out, or do you look elsewhere? Like, what is the best way to tackle this team?
I mean, if I knew the answer, I'd, you know, I would have probably known how to beat them by now. But I feel like the thing is, they just seem to. You deal with collapse, then Yatoro goes out of control. You aim for Yatoro, and then you have collapse and Toronto Tokyo going out of control. And I feel like a lot of this is heavily due to the fact that they play so well around vision. When I looked at the teams throughout the tournament, I feel like what Spirit has done that no other team does nearly as well as them, and I would even bring LGD into that category, is they control vision. They're really good about playing around wards. They understand when they can fight into wards, and they understand when they have to avoid it. So I think for Team Spirit, this game is going to be a lot about can they de-ward LGD, remove LGD's information, and have more information to play with.
Sure. And for PSG LGD, of course, they've managed to charge their way straight to the finals through the upper bracket. When you look at what they've got here in this first game, what is it about this lineup that's worked sort of with the play style that they've been able to just destroy teams in their run up to the grand finals?
I mean, this looks very similar to their tiny sort of draft fight. You're going to have this one core that's going to be unbeatable. They have this mid laner that's going to provide control and lockdown for them so that he's going to be able to output damage. You have the glimpse to bring people back to the Ursa. So the concept for LGD is very much like, we're going to hit our timing, and once we do, you cannot touch us. And I think for Spirit, the problem will be if LGD is allowed to freely just get to their timings, get that Aegis on the Ursa, where they can start ignoring the Tide Ravage, or even fighting without the Wolf Bite from the Lycan, that's when they're going to be at their strongest. So I'm expecting all hell to break loose after the laning phase.
Absolutely, and I can't wait to see it. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, finally getting into the action of Game 1 beginning between Team Spirit and PSG LGD. Let's see if that chaos starts coming quick and fast. We know that both teams are very much able to bring it with some of the fantastic performances they've given us so far on the main stage.
Yeah, and straight away Yatoro's coming out with a really smart play. He sends his illusions within the tower range, but he puts them in an area where the tower doesn't have vision, and by doing that, he will scout out the ward immediately from LGD. And this is what I mean, right? Spirit are so on top of all of the small things that will give them any sort of information advantage, where they will have more vision than their opponents.
See if they're able to maintain it throughout the early stage of the game, where it's very likely for those movements to be coming from lane to lane. See both teams avoid one another here for the bounty runes. Bit of a poke onto Maposhka as Yatoro will still be able to grab that bounty rune. In fact, as you can see, 3 bounty runes to start things off here for Spirit, so a bit of a cash bonus to begin the lanes with.
Yeah, and that was nicely scouted out by the AT. They find the information of where and how many heroes has LGD brought to which runes, and then they can split up their heroes accordingly and make sure that they get the advantage on the runes.
Let's look at some of these matchups. The mid lane, Pango versus Void Spirit, Toronto Tokyo versus Nothing to Say. What are we going to have going on here in the early few waves?
I think most likely it's going to be a pretty farm-heavy lane. I don't think really either of the two heroes are going to aim to kill each other. Probably going to be a lot of trying to push out the waves, control the runes, and then around 6 minutes when the real rune spawns, that's when you'll see both the supports collapse on the mid lane. Because I think both Pango and Void Spirit really rely on that rune control.
And looking at both sort of the side lanes, the 2 carries, Arme and Yatoro, who's going to have the easier time?
I think if you take a look at top lane, you see Ursa against Tidehunter is generally a pretty good lane matchup because you think of how the Fury Swipes stack up on him, and they have the sustain to tank the harassment that's coming out from Team Spirit. So I think as they level up on the top lane, I imagine the Wisp Ursa will do fairly well up top. But with that said, I think Collapse is still going to have a decent game.
I mean, Collapse has definitely been that solid rock of a player for Spirit time after time. He's been the one that they have, been very happy to give that prioritization, get his game into a good shape so that he can be the one to lead the charge into the team fights and start the action off for Spirit in this big game.
Yeah, absolutely. And bottom lane, Yatoro's kind of playing this type of laning where you're not going to be pressured at all. Team LGD's priority here is just trying to get their Lycan farmed and make sure that they're playing for their own farm. So Yatoro's going to have a great start, and he has the ability to farm up the jungle because he has the illusions that can both push out the wave and farm the jungle camp. So I expect Yatoro to be leading the net worth charts as soon as we get into around the 5-minute mark of the game.
One of the reasons why Yatoro's been as scared as he can, even if the lane was a tough one, he always seems to be able to recover. So the fact that he's going to have a decent time to start off things, you know that he will be on track to hit some pretty insane CS. It really is going to be completely down to how much PSG LGD can find in terms of getting their Ursa involved in the kills early on.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's just some trade-offs going on, but you can tell already from the net worth graphs that Team Spirit has set up their lanes to have very good farm on all 3 of their cores.
Certainly showing so far here on the early CS. Both side lane cores for PSG LGD just struggling a slightly bit more. It's very early days though.
But a lot of levels coming in LGD's way. This Lycan is doing surprisingly fine. He's not really getting pressured that much by the Naga and the ET because he's managed to get the lane control. Yatoro's shoved out the wave, but Miposhka yet hasn't been able to get a pull to get the lane control back. So the Lycan's getting a lot of farm while Y is able to just rotate around, moves to the mid lane, opens up the small camp. And like we talked about, right, the middle lane is going to be contested in terms of who can push out the wave the most and then go farm the small camp. And Y on top of it runs over, unblocks his mid lane or small camp to make sure that he can stay even with the Void Spirit.
And when you look at the tools they have available both sides with their supports, do you imagine once the 6 is there for the mids, we're going to have sort of a collapse on the mid lane to try and get the early objective, or do you think it's going to be all about reacting to the side lane fights here for the Pango and the Void Spirit? I
think it's going to be important to get the rune. Whoever gets the first power rune of the game is going to kind of get to decide what happens. You get your bottle refilled, but you also have the ability to make a rotation.
Mira could be in a bit of trouble here. We'll try and hold back the bear with the Hex. He's got the stick charges, but he's getting run down here by Arme. One more he'll do it. Can he close the gap? He can't. Oh, stun misses. That's going to cost him his life. Not the start there that Mira was hoping to have here in the grand finals. A whiffed ability, and that'll give it first blood to PSG LGD.
Yeah, Collapse isn't out of the woods quite yet. Arme's hungry.
In a bit of an awkward position now, Collapse. Stuck behind the tree line. We'll see how he gets his way out of it. He does have a TP, a little short on the mana. He'll have it back up now. Should be able to walk his way back ground, but a great bit of aggression there from PSG LGD, just opening up some space for Arme to return to farming.
Yeah, absolutely. And you notice that LGD are keeping the lane control up top, so this puts Tide under constant pressure, and you never know when they might make some sort of move and try to kill him. And that forces Mira to stay in the top lane. While if you look at Y, you notice that he's just rotating around constantly. He has the freedom to move wherever he wants on the map, because the lane is so pushed out by the way that the Naga plays, and the Riptide shoving out the creeps. So the Lycan can freely farm under his tower, and the Disruptor has the freedom to decide what he wants to do.
Let's see what that call's going to be. Oh, coming mid here. Toronto Tokyo taking a bit of harassment on the Thunderstrike, nothing to say. Stepping right up to him. There's a remnant at the ready though. Toronto Tokyo.
2 seconds.
And he's got the protection here of the Resonant Pulse.
And great usage there of that armor. He uses the health damage of Resonant Pulse to bottle up to make sure that he's not within the kill range of the Swashbuckler.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, some good early pressure there from PSG LGD, forcing Toronto Tokyo to be very cautious in that mid lane as early as it is, just 5 minutes in.
Absolutely, and I think when you think about Elder Titan, you kind of think of him as a lane dominant hero, and both No-Tail and Seth touched on it, right? You want to abuse the fact that LGD have no stuns, but because of how this bottom lane is played out, with the Naga lane constantly being shoved into the Lycan's tower, the Elder Titan hasn't really been able to abuse his laning phase presence.
Oh, there we have it. Nice bit of micro from Faith behind, that'll grab himself a free courier. As the walls chase down poor old baby faceless Rex.
Up top, Collapse is also taking pressure now. So again, the freedom of Y, he's just allowed to rotate to mid, set up some pressure on the Void Spirit. Now he's up top, making sure he's just in their face and forcing them to react to his movement.
Yeah, he's all over the place, Y.
Yeah.
Spirit, definitely got to try and do something in return. Yeah, they themselves bring the two supports up to top. Just sort of figuring out what to do about this roaming disruptor here in the early minutes of the match.
Yeah, here we go. First fight for the runes. Where's it going to spawn, top or bottom?
Let's have a look. It is going to be down bottom, and it is a DD. It's going to go straight into the bottom of Toronto Tokyo. It's a very nice room for it to fight with, but already up top. Spirit, they'll lose Mirror.
Yeah, it's a DD Toronto Tokyo though. Let's see how he can respond back with it, because now you have a Pangolier with low mana, and he's going to be aware of it. So he knows that he can make a move here, and the Pangolier won't really be able to respond.
Yeah, this is an excellent move for Toronto Tokyo to find here. He's going to use it straight away. Goes aggressive. It's going to miss the dissimilate though. A couple of hits will do it. Can he quite close the gap? No, he's not going to be able to get the second hit in. Nothing to say. Steps away. I mean, that would have been such a big kill for him to find. He got the dream room for it, but he couldn't quite get the job done.
Yeah, absolutely. It's unfortunate, but, you know, that's the
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Disruptor, though, he's going to TP into the middle lane here. I'd be scared to do this. Let's see if Toronto Tokyo has the will to chase him down.
Yeah, he's still got this DD going for a few seconds. Why? Living on the edge a little bit. Yeah. Toronto Tokyo feels that he can get in with the Astral Step. But why knows? He's keeping his distance.
Yeah, and if you take a look at the net worth, you see Yatoro. He's just going to start accelerating his farm even more, but I'm impressed by how well the Ursa's been able to keep up. And this is largely due to the fact that they had lane control for so long up in the top lane, and they were able to just keep their heroes, the enemy heroes, so close to the tower, so Tides could never really kill free.
Oh, mate. He's going to try and step over for Mirror, but again, Team Spirit, they've kept their two supports up here, both Mirror and Maposhka, making sure that there's never the opportunity for Arme to get any kills up here right now. As you say, Arme doesn't care too much. Complete free farm, level with that of Yatoro's Naga Siren. He's having no struggles whatsoever, but Spirit just trying their best to limit anything else going into the hands of the Ursa this early.
Yeah, and you notice the Naga in the bottom lane now. She's just going to put her illusions on the lane, push out the waves, while she farms the jungle camps close by, and try to get ahead of the Ursa by doing this constantly. And LGD are going to try to match by using the Wisp Overcharge to allow the Ursa to farm. And we notice both these teams are so good at stacking, and here we go again. Runes are spawning.
Toronto Tokyo is going to be the focus. Quick jump away from the Rolling Thunder.
Yes. It's an Arcane Rune secured though, so if they can manage to survive these 70 seconds and nothing too bad happens, this is a huge rune for them to have.
All about these power runes early on, especially in a game, 8 minutes in, only the 2 kills so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's the tension, right? Neither team really has anything to do yet, and they're both drafting for slightly later timings in the game. The Tidehunter now finally hits level 6, so if there's an opening, look for some sort of rotation. I think it's hard to go for the Ursa, so there might even be the possibility of the Tidehunter rotating out of this lane and making some sort of move at Toronto Tokyo.
When you just look at the heroes that PSG have at their disposal, and you feel that Spirit, they're just not going to want to try and push into that tier 1 quite yet.
I think for Spirit, your expectation was to do slightly better in the lanes, but they haven't really been able to do so.
See, it's alright. Getting gone on here by the two of them, but the Rolling Thunder not quite ready again. Not quite yet. They'll get the glimpse back, but no further damage to come onto the Naga Siren, so Yatoro will be fine.
Yeah, a little bit of miscommunication there, it seems. The shield crash wasn't used on the hero. The glimpse came in a little bit later.
Well, they've got their eyes on Arme. As they know, that play was made by a couple of PSG LGD inside their own jungle, but Arme is out of reach of the Remnant. He's away. Space is there, down bottom. Fabian continues to push. The tier 1 to fall already here on Spirit's side of the map.
Yeah, I think this is the most shocking part of this early game, because I expected the Lycan kind of get zoned out by the Naga, and the Naga Illusions would defend them, but...
Let's see if they can get Arme. They've got 4 heroes working on him right now.
Ravage.
He has the ult up. He's on the retreat up to the high ground, but they'll be able to get in front of him, close off his escape. Spirit will finally be able to claim their first kill here in the first 10 minutes, getting themselves on the board. Yeah,
this is a huge kill because it allows for Team Spirit to now start firing back and taking over this top lane area. They need this tower to fall. And meanwhile, this is the response you see from PSG LGD. They rotate their heroes mid to try to force Spirit away from the top tower and force them to come defend their mid tower as the more valuable tower for the later Roshan.
In these timings, PSG LGD, no doubt about it. Spirit just having to let them do so.
middle tower has fallen.
Yeah, I mean, this Lycan really has becoming the big X factor. I don't think Spirit expected him to be this strong out of the laning phase. And now Am is going to comfortably move into his triangle and start farming up. I think once he hits that Diffusal Blade, look to see Spirit trying to, LGD trying to make some move. But I think if LGD gets the farm up right now, they feel like they've hit they have enough map space to where they're comfortable playing around their cooldowns and just waiting for the Disruptor ultimate to come online, wait for the Lycan to finish up his items, and then just play around his forms together with the power runes that the Pangolier is securing.
I mean, in this sort of game where, you know, both teams playing as carefully as they are, just 1 to 2, coming up to 11 minutes, do you look at the Naga Siren and feel that for Spirit, if they can keep this game in pretty calm waters and not allow the early aggression from PSG LGD to get to them too much, this Naga Siren will be able to carry out in the later stages, or do PSG LGD always have the means to deal with her?
I think to some extent you are happy, but I feel like you wanted the laning phase to go better so that LGD's timings come later into the game. So knowing that your lanes haven't quite gone the way you wanted them to, they must feel like, okay, at some point now, once LGD gets items, they're going to come running at us.
Look at this shot, nothing to say. He's going to get the lead in onto Collapse. They'll drop the Static Storm as well, putting no chance of Collapse being able to return fire quite yet with a potential Ravage. Doesn't matter though, he's able to walk out to the side, they'll go for the glimpse back on him. He'll simply look for the TP out, and there's nothing to put a stop to it. Collapse, realizing his strength here with a Hood of Defiance, he's got enough tank ability to just TP out of it all. That's the Rolling Thunder and the Static Storm put to waste there by PSG LGD.
Yeah, great jukes. He just dodged out the Pangolier spells, and once the Rolling Thunder missed, he knew that he was safe. Glimpse is used, TP out. Just great presence of mind there from Collapse, knowing exactly how to play his situation out and get out safely. I love what LGD are doing though. If you take a look at the top lane, this is one of the things I loved about how OG ran the Wisp into position 3. They recognize that Wisp's item timings are really important for you to keep these heroes alive. Because if you think about how healing works in Dota, heroes keep growing their hero pool, like health pools, but the healing items are static amounts of heals. So 250 health on a hero that has 1000 HP is like a lot more than it is on a hero that has 3000 HP. So if you hit these heal item timings early into the game, that really enables you, and they've given Zinq the top lane to sit here and farm comfortably.
See that bottom, lying quite a dangerous position here. Inside the jungle of Team Spirit in Toronto, Tokyo will be quick to put a stop to it.
Naga Siren also closing in on the Mantla, and by the looks of it, she's going to get that item before Earthshaven completes his Diffusal Blade. So Yatoran's probably very happy in this game, feeling comfortable with how it's going right now.
And when you look at sort of what they have against him, do you feel that a lot of the map is pretty safe for this Naga Siren to farm in? As long as the Song and the TP's up, will he get away most of the time?
I mean, most likely. I think the tricky thing here, if you're LGD, is how do we deal with the illusions? How do we deal with the Naga putting illusions in our jungle that will scout out our movement and force us to play away from Roshan? Because as Dyer here, NoTail and Seth also very touched on this a lot, the Ursa wants Aegis. This is his most key item, especially when you're going up against big cooldowns like Ravage, like Finger, Earth Splitter. You know these long cooldowns, people don't want to use them on your Aegis. So it's going to be important for him to get it. And the Naga, as long as he's able to play top and put illusions in the top Dire jungle, it's really hard. Like, what are you going to do? Because their heroes don't have ways to effectively kill the illusions.
And you feel the Spirit, their lineup, it's geared up pretty well to deal with the fact that PSG will look for the Roshan. They won't be afraid of turning up and trying to put a stop to it.
I mean, I think that's where the information game is going to be important. Can Spirit actually use the vision that they're getting to fight off LGD's timing? Because I think that is like the big question mark. Is the Ursa going to be too strong for you to kill? Or is it enough to just sleep away half the wolf fight duration and then try to fight them afterwards?
I think we're definitely going to see Yatoro start to increase the lead against Armate. Bottom lane white. He'll drop the Static Storm, trying to save himself, but Collapse and Maposhka will run him down, take him out. Fake behind, he's looking to get involved in this with the back of a nothing to say, being brought over by Jin Q. They will get Maposhka. Can the three of them get Collapse? They're trying to commit their best onto him. They will leave the two cores behind it. Jin Q trying to let nothing to say and Faith Beyond finish the job, but they just can't. The damage isn't there. Toronto Tokyo is also starting to sweep over, so PSG they have to back up and just accept the trade as it is, the support for support.
Yeah, and Collapse now knowing that, you know what, they can't actually kill me without the Ursa. It's only the Ursa that can threaten my life. Just comfortably sits bottom alone, pushes out the waves, gaining as much farm as he can. And in the meanwhile, Yatoro just pushes out top lane, farming out all these top jungle camps. If you take a look at the Dire jungle, there are no camps alive.
I mean, Yatoro's farm, he is creeping further and further ahead of Arme's Ursa. You know, if there's not going to be any blood being spilt, and it is just the creeps dying, this Naga Siren is just going to charge ahead in regards to farm. Yatoro is going to be huge.
Yeah, and he's going for a very interesting build. He's buying the Aghanim Scepter, and the Aghanim Scepter allows him to use his Ensnare on heroes that are either slept by his ulti or spell immune. So this will give them a way to deal with BKBs. And traditionally, the way you deal with, for example, a Tidehunter Ravage is by buying a BKB. Or in this case, you have the Pangolier with Rolling Thunder. So he's actually going to be able to lock down the Pangolier during his Rolling Thunder with his nut. It's a very, very smart item decision here from the Naga.
A very long lockdown and reduced cooldown and increased cast range. He's going to have no trouble finding the target that he wishes every single team fight.
Yeah, LGD also heavily reliant on the Pangolier for the lockdown, so I wouldn't be too surprised to see him use it, specifically just to make sure the Pango can't roll over his teammates.
And I guess sort of the smart approach with this item is the fact that this sort of deals with this timing where PSG LGD is going to be more ready to fight than he is, right? He can just sort of be the anti-fight. He just stops it, gets out of there, can keep playing his game. And certainly one of the crucial parts of PSG LGD's initiation, it's shut down completely.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for Spirit, that's the name of the game, right? Can we drag this game on? And literally slowing him down during his roll, forcing his timing to be unable to be used, is just exactly what Spirit are looking for in this game. But yeah, we're starting to see items gear up on LGD's side. And if you take a look at the Lycan, his timing is really going to be the big thing. But I think Spirit have won the early game in that there's no Roshan killed yet. And that means the second Roshan is going to spawn slower, and that's no Aghanim Shard for Ursa for the first half hour of the game.
If you're PSG LGD right now, what sort of calls are you making? Are you looking at an item that's round the corner and then saying we've got to go? Do they need to go right now? How urgent do they need to be?
I think they looks like they're gearing up to look for an opportunity, right? You finished up the Helm of the Overlord. The Ursa now has his Diffusal Blade. Your Wisp is closing in on mech. You already have the Holy Locket. So there's a lot of nice tools for LGD to take a straight-up team fight if Team Spirit presented to them.
Siame. It's going to start with a bit of a tickle onto Toronto Tokyo. The Remnant holds back there. Quick jump out with the steps. Nothing to say. He's trying to close in. He's going to keep diving underneath the tier 2. Maybe trying to get some vision for a setup for the Disruptor. But now, Team Spirit, they're far enough away. Nothing to say. We're going to hit with the Swashbuckler. Procs of the Maelstrom. Nearly bringing him down. But Toronto Tokyo gets away on as low HP as he is. Collapse also able to TP out as there's nothing else to stop his escape. Team Spirit, they're able to avoid the move completely by PSG LGD once again.
Yeah, and they didn't even have to involve the Naga. So during all of this time, Yatoro's still just gaining farm. He's 2,000 gold ahead of the Ursa already.
Oh my, this is going to be a problem.
He's getting out of control. He's only, I believe he just finished his Aghanim Scepter too. So he has Manta and Aghanim Scepter at 17 minutes into the game. He's crazy farm.
This is, I mean, Yatoro, it really has been eyes on him throughout the whole tournament and performance of Spirit top lane. Sinnoh's there with a net. That's the mid gone. Nothing to say. Going down, Yatoro. Instant song TP as he knows the response will be there from PSG LGD. Gets out. They cannot catch him. Yatoro will continue to farm.
Yeah, this is a really important kill, but by forcing the Naga Siren to TP out, LGD now have the option of potentially taking back control of their jungle. So this is going to be their objective for the next minute here. As you see, they're going to try to contest this Tidehunter. They know the Naga Siren is not present.
See what they can do about Collapse. Already enough to disrupt and then look at the burst. Collapse, he's holding on to the Ravage for now. He's getting get himself out of the side of the Ravage. Onto the two, and then they blow up all there. It's 3 down on the move on PSG LGD. Also caught out GQ to fall.
That's absolutely massive.
My goodness.
Team Spirit's so aware of everything. They know that this is what the LGD wants to do. The Naga TP'd out, they're going to come contest us. They position their heroes perfectly. You see the kinetic field come out, but there's no static storm to follow because you have the Lion in position to interrupt that. It's just Spirit are playing so well right now. They're just recognizing where LGD's timings are.
It just seems like already, just in the first 18 minutes of this game one of the grand finals, Team Spirit, they're just completely in the heads of PSG LGD. The way that PSG LGD wanted to play, it's just not happening. They're crumbling, they're falling apart, and Yatoro, he's just going to continue the glory, missing the setup there under the Pango. Nothing to say, goes down. Another kill for this Naga Siren. I do not know or see how on earth PSG LGD is going to stop this man this game.
And he's getting out of control, and if you look at the Lycan, you can see he decided to not go for the Aghanims. He's going for drums. They're gearing up for a quicker timing in this game. I think the mechanism comes out on Xingqiu. They get the BKB finished up on Ame, and they're going to look for some sort of team fight. But the way that Team Spirit are abusing the vision, if you take a look at the map, like, there are almost no dire wards anywhere. Radiant are in firm control of where the vision is. And the only ward that they have, I think Mikosha literally just pinged out. There you go. Just controlling the vision. They have more information to play with, and this is what's allowing Team Spirit to constantly be reading LGD and how they're moving around the map.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Bottom. Toronto Tokyo, they'll show his face, but not worried about any catch from PSG LGD. They just don't have the members around. Space is made, the tier 2 tower going down at the top lane. There won't be any defense from PSG LGD here. Spirit just continue to hit the timings, take the objectives at a pace that PSG LGD's lineup will be incredibly jealous of. This is what they wanted to be doing, and it's happening the other way around.
Yeah, absolutely. They are starting to finish up some key items though. You see the Pangolier now has a Blink Dagger, so they have an easier form of initiation rather than just trying to run at them with a roll. So if Team Spirit heroes start getting cocky and playing alone, there is a way for LGD to respond and punish. Very close to this mechanism on the Wisp as well. It's just 100 gold away. And this really is the Wisp's big timing. You have both the Holy Locket and the mech to heal up the Ursa. And Ursa's closing in on BKB, so I'm smelling a fight in the waters. Oh,
yeah, the next one, it's got to be strong from PSG LGD. Another rough fight. And this game could quickly fall out of control.
And as strong as a Naga Siren is when she's playing this kind of map game and she's able to get the pickoffs, she isn't the strongest hero to fight up against the Ursa. So if you think about how these heroes function against each other, the Naga can't really fight up against the Ursa straight up. So if LGD is able to corner Team Spirit and they can take a fight where it's just a straight up 5v5 with the BKB and the mechanism finished, that could be an amazing timing for them. But Spirit don't want to allow that, so they're deciding to smoke up and make the move on their own first.
Let's see if they catch PSG whilst they're least expected. BKB is out for Ame.
Dire's
they start things up, they'll go for one. Take the Disruptor out of the action.
And Disruptor is a really key kill, because if the Disruptor isn't alive in the fight, they can't really go for Collapse. Look at Collapse's itemization. This is so smart. He's going for the Yules together with the Hood and a Blink Dagger. And why is this interesting? Because if you're inside of a Static Storm, and you Yule yourself, and you have the Hood up, and there's no physical damage to hit you, you can actually just blink straight out of it. So just really, really smart item decisions coming out of Collapse here.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to look out for that play. Would be a rather impressive outpost, taken back into the hands of Spirit. And keeping full control around this area, this Roshan, as you say, which is just sort of it's a long-distant dream, it seems, for PSG LGD. They're never getting anywhere close to this pit until they're able to find the fight that they've been hunting for the whole 22 minutes of this game. They'll smoke up now, ready to go. PSG LGD, they have to find success here.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you take a quick look at Lycan before the fight breaks out, he's decided not to go for the wolf fight. They recognize that they won't be able to play the strat the way they intended for it to. So he's going to be building up some damage items as well.
Smoke. We'll dispel here on Toronto Tokyo. Same to be set for PSG LGD. They know that both teams are waiting here up to the side of the river on their respective edges, and now Ame, he's going to sneak into the Roche, start to try and take it out here.
Yeah, for the first time in this game, they've been allowed to take back the Dire jungle and try to apply some pressure to Roche. So I expect Team Spirit also recognize that, you know what, we've given up the Dire jungle. What would LGD do with that? Well, they would go to Roshan. So
Spirit, check this out. Ame's going to slow it down a little bit. The Spirit's coming in. They know that they know. Stomp in. What's the IO? They're going to lead in. There's the jump straight away. They're looking back for Toronto Tokyo will still go down as Faith Beyond was able to wrap around and find him.
Yeah, really nice play there from LGD. What an unfortunate event there for Xingqiu. He gets pulled into the Roche pit. You really want to stay outside with a tether, but stay tethered to Armin, but he takes one step too close, and then the Wisp comes inside the Roche pit, which gives Spirit the perfect opportunity there to go in, but I don't think they were quite expecting the BKB, so all in all, I think they're happy with this. You know, they gave up the Aegis, but it took them 24 minutes to get there, so Roshan number 2, which really is Ursa's key timing in this game to get that shard, so that he can play most of the fights enraged, is going to come much, much later than they expected.
But definitely the beginnings of PSG LGD getting this game back under their control.
Yeah, absolutely. Now they need to abuse the fact that they have the Aegis to try to gain some map control here. You want to try to get the lanes pushed out, force Team Spirit to play reactive to you, and then once you are able to corner them in, you're going to find that team fight that you so much want. So the hard part here for them is how do we deal with the Naga illusions, and how do we stop them from just using illusions to push the lanes back and make us play the map game.
I mean, yeah, which hero are you sort of putting in charge of dealing with that?
I mean, they picked the Pangolier as an answer, right? And if you look at his itemization, he's going for the Maelstrom. He's trying to have some more damage and have some more presence to kill the illusions. And luckily for him, Yatora hasn't really bought any items that tank the illusions up. He's more so building his hero up so that he's able to fight into the Ursa. He's going for that Bloodthorn. It looks like he's going to follow it up with a Heart, so he's also gone for some sort of hybrid build where he can actually get solo kills if he catches people out alone.
And for Spirit right now, despite the Aegis falling into the hands of Arme, are you still very willing to fight? How much do you need to respect this Aegis on the bear?
I think, team fight bottom. Xingqiu's in trouble.
Xingqiu will manage to make his way around the Remnant. Quick turn back over to the safety of Arme.
Yeah, I mean, for Spirit, I think you want to fight, but it needs to be the right fight. You ideally want Yatora to try to force some hero around the map, and then once you know that the PSG LGD's heroes aren't in position to connect, then you can go for some sort of smoke. Then you can make that move. But the difficulty for them is you can't necessarily go on the Ursa. You don't have the tools to bring him down at the start of a team fight.
Got the eyes on the two of them bottom. PSG LGD, Arme and Xingqiu. On their own down here for now. There is a relocate available, and of course with the Aegis, Arme a very hard target to jump. Pressure continues from Yatora and his illusions in the mid lane, keeping these waves shoved right up towards the base of PSG LGD.
And down bottom, Team Spirit are just waiting patiently, but LGD have recognized that they TP'd bottom, right? So it's very likely that their heroes are stuck on that side of the map. So here they come sweeping up towards the dire jungle, understanding that Spirit cannot already have moved their pieces from all the way from bottom back to top after the TP response to the tier 2 tower. So just smart play coming out from both sides. I think we saw this in the VP Spirit series. Team Spirit are going to be really, really smart about only fighting under their vision, or where they feel comfortable that they have the information they need to take the fight. I think in this way, LGD's like maybe sometimes a little bit more reckless and will play with like assumptions. Like if they see you bottom, they might try to aim to fight you top, which we saw earlier. And in the early game, you know, Spirit read that perfectly. So if Spirit's able to get a good read like that, you might see them pounce.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yatora very ready to enter the fights now with his aggressive item with the Bloodthorn complete. They're able to get that locked down with the stuns of the Lion and the Tide. That amp up of the damage will allow them to just destroy whichever hero they target.
Under attack.
Yeah, and something that I noticed Team Spirit do a lot when they feel like they're on the back foot is take over the enemy triangle and try to set up control here. And this is something that I'm sure LGD are aware of too, but Lycan's in trouble.
With the setup here, you see the damage here with the Bloodthorn really amping up. It's not quite enough though. Faith Beyond makes it away, has the plate mail and Hyperstone done already onto the way to the AC. An additional bit of armor certainly helping out.
Yeah, and this is an opening now for Spirit. The Lycan form is down. One of the big tools in this team fight is gone. So in the other series when we saw LGD play the tiny Lycan, the Lycan's form himself doesn't really matter. It was all about that wolf fight. But in this game, because he decided to itemize his own hero, the 60 seconds of downtime here is quite big. And you see LGD pulling back their pieces, not willing to play aggressive on the top lane anymore, recognizing that they don't have all the tools necessary to win a team fight.
Team Spirit remaining in this whole area of the triangle is Yatora.
Dire's bottom tower
slowly sieging onto the tier 1 tower, seeing what sort of reaction they can force out of PSG LGD. 20 seconds until that Aegis has gone off Arme. Unlikely to find a fight with that still in his hands, so the game once again falling to a bit of a risky territory for PSG LGD, at least until they can hold off for that second round of Roshan.
And Illusion's just slowly chipping away at this tower. They don't really deal a lot of damage, but it's something that, you know, LGD might respond to. So they're keeping heroes close by that in case LGD just feel like, oh, it's just an illusion hitting our tower, they're ready to pounce. And you see, Nothing to Say reads that too. He understands based on the fact that there's nothing happening on any of the other lanes. Both our middle lane is pushing out, top lane is pushing out. Lycan's getting a lot of farm from all these waves right now. He recognizes all the Team Spirit heroes are bottom here.
Yeah, he has to be so careful showing his face to clear the wave.
Yeah, both teams just are reading the map really, really well. And I think Spirit, this play that they've done has been so effective throughout all the tournament. But you know LGD's done their homework.
Spot Collapse around, glimpse back with Blinks there. Collapse breaks the combo, the setup. Instantly going to go for the TP out. They've got anything to put a stop to it. They do, straight away. They're able to get the setup onto Collapse. He'll look to run. But the damage is done. PSG LG, they catch and kill off the Tide.
Yeah, and this is a result, right, of Team Spirit has been in the lower bracket, so they've been playing so many games. LGD has that information based on previous games of where does Team Spirit go when they feel like they're behind? What do they do? What is their approach? And I think LGD is one of the best teams at the tournament, and just abusing this information that they're gaining about the teams. They understand what is Team Spirit specifically going to do? How do they approach the situation? And they find that smoke because of that. They're playing most of this game with very, very limited vision. I really want to point that out. Like they barely have vision of what's going on the map.
Well, even without their tide, Spirit maintaining their... They're already looking for action once. Oh, is it the burst? And off it is! They take down Army! That burn for the Bloodthorn, it's enough to send the bear back to base.
That's an absolutely massive kill, and I think Zinq felt like he could keep him alive. There was no relocate out, so next team fight, here's the tricky part. Do you relocate Alma out as soon as he gets hexed? Because Spirit has now proven to you that we have the abilities to burst your heroes. That's why he's also in trouble.
There should be another one. It's definitely another one, Yatoro. Target to target and over towards the mid. The BKB having to be popped by nothing to say. See if Yatoro's got the setup he has. As the initial route. See if they've got any further follow-up here to relocate. They'll take him out. They've got to keep nothing to say safe. Yeah. Get him away from Team Spirit. As Team Spirit, they're pushing down the mid onto another tier 2 tower.
Nice play by Fate Beyond. Tanks that hit the Remnant with one of his wolves. But Team Spirit, they're doing this so smart, right? We had our draft panel touch on it. Fighting 5 versus 5 is not really where they're strong. They want to delay this game, keep finding these pickups, try to find these opportunities where they can get a jump, burst someone really quickly, and use the fact that we have Ravage to reset, we have Naga Sleep to reset, which is forcing LGD to be very careful about how they use their cooldowns. And this is leading to them they're just playing this game very well. And these small decisions that they're making, where you notice they're not really charging into the enemy, they're not giving LGD the kind of fights that they're used to getting.
I mean, and with the heart done on Yatoro, you know, 26 armor, 3500 HP, and how hard is it for PSG LGD to really ever get on top of him now and take him out with the focus of Arme's Ursa?
I think the biggest thing is that the illusions are tankier. If you take a look at how Yatoro is playing the fights, he's staying very far back with his primary hero, using the Bloodthorn and using the Ensnare, and having the illusions deal the damage. And if LGD really don't have heroes that want to hit illusions, Ursa wants to sit on top of a hero, like just keep hitting him, keep hitting him, keep hitting him. You don't want to hit these illusions where you get like 5 to 6 hits in, and then you gotta switch over to the next one. That's a way of making the Overpower a fairly useless ability.
Of course, that timer they'll be having in their mind, the Roshan. Potential respawn in just over a minute.
And that minute feels really long, Owen. Let me tell you, right now for PSG LGD, that minute is coming very, very slowly. We see Tidehunter starting to eye up a Shiva's guard. That's going to make it even harder for the Ursa to stick on top of him and deal damage. They also just bought a Force Staff on the other Titan. I think for Team Spirit, they're recognizing that, you know what, LGD's not going to be able to kill us if we're just able to kite out their BKBs. And that's why you notice, like, Nothing to Say also has bought a BKB. I think the idea of this is he wants to try to use it to break out of, to have a longer period of time in the teamfights where he's playing under Magic Community, because there's just so much lockdown coming out from Team Spirit.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Toronto Toki has Yules and Kaya Sanj also eyeing up into Shiva's guard, but I would be surprised if he doesn't change it up. And on the courier he has a full BKB too, so I'm really liking Spirit for this game one. They're in a very dominant position here. They're scaling up very nicely.
With the timer, they know it's going to be around the point where PSG are going to be checking out that Roche pit, looking for the respawn. Spirit, they're heading over to try and do something about the presence. They're going to jump straight in on the GQ, burst with the finger. As the IO goes down, no buyback, GQ cannot get back into this fight. Nothing to Say has to roll out with the Thunder.
So this is huge, right? Both Lycanform was committed, as well as the Pangolier roll. So the Roshan spawns, which it does, this is free Roshan for Team Spirit. And remember how much we talked about how badly you want this for LGD. It doesn't even matter if the Sagas comes to use for Yatoro, they just want to make sure that PSG LGD doesn't get it. And this is the only shard, Aghanim shard, that is dropped for Roshan throughout the entire game. So that's 1,400 gold that now Ahmed is going to have to spend for himself.
I mean, it just goes to show how solid of a position the Spirit are in when just a couple of ults expired by PSG LGD and a dead IO, and suddenly the rest of the lineup, they cannot do anything about Spirit taking the Roche. Continuing their lead here, 7k up. I mean, Yatoro He himself, 7k difference between him and Arme's farm. Well on the way to having a butterfly complete for the next bit of action as well.
And with this butterfly, he actually has the option of now utilizing his own hero too, once the situation looks good for him, because the Ursa can't just burst him. The bash is going to miss, there's a proc chance on the bash, there's a proc chance on the miss, so it's going to be hard for the Ursa to just lock him down. And just very intelligently itemized by the Naga here. For the early part of the game, when he knew it was going to be a map control game, he bought the Orchid, he bought the Ags, played for the map, looked for those pickoffs, and those key pickoffs have really led to the situation that they're in the game now. Gembot picked up by Y. You can feel, they feel the pressure of the vision. They're not getting the vision that they're used to. They don't have the information that they're used to playing with in this game. Poshaz is shutting them down. Enrage first out.
They're just going to have to stay well away from Spirit. 4 very, very scary minutes of Aegis on Toronto, Tokyo. PSG, LGD, they do not want to fight into this. But every minute that passes where they cannot look to brawl is going to be another just minute of pain here with the increasing momentum and mass of the cause of Team Spirit.
Yeah. And surely right now PSG and LGD are discussing how do we take a team fight. What is it that we need to do? How do we need to use our abilities in order to catch Team Spirit off guard? And for Team Spirit, I think a lot of the communication is like, we need to make sure that we do not let LGD come out on the map. We don't want them to get out and farm. As long as we can keep them locked into their base, we can get all the items that we want, and then we get the fight that we want. And everything's going to happen on our terms. So you see, they rotate over to the top side here, expecting LGD to run out on the top side of the map. And here we go.
Time to look at that fight, PSG, LGD. Execution has to be immaculate.
Yeah, they're scouting with the wolves. They're getting the info they want.
They're looking to try and start the collapse, but Collapse is able to blink away from the lead-in. They'll turn their attention over towards Yatoro, but with the ensnare, looks to hold him back. Nothing to say, he is able to get out of it. As they'll get the static storm set up onto the Nagasama, but the illusions are just forcing back wide. Swashbuckle's going to miss. I mean, Yatoro is barely being scratched. He's back up to full HP. Back to base, but Collapse, he's in with the ravage onto the two of them. Silence down onto Arme, put the BKB, turn towards Toronto, Tokyo, but they cannot stay for this fight. They've got to get back to the high ground, back to the base. As PSG LGD have to charge back to the safety of their high ground as quickly as they head out. Collapse. Look for the center outside of the base, another BKB force. Faith beyond trying to head back to the safety of his teammates. The ensnare locks him down, the illusion's starting to go to work. Remnant left in the position, they drag him back with a spirit into the finger. My goodness, the Lycan gets absolutely destroyed. And Toronto Tokyo's not dead. Diving up to the tier 4s, committing with the disability. He's trying to go for GQ, well down underneath the towers. But he's stopped the Aegis. He's ready for round 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the micro decision making from Team Spirit is so beautiful to watch. I think every time a hero pops BKB, within half a second, there's a Naga net flying at it. And in the fight, you saw Ahmed pop BKB to try to man up and fight. And then the net comes, immediately he has to pop his ultimate. He can't use the enrage the way he wants to. He's forced to use it defensively all the time, just to break the net, just to be able to stick on top of the targets.
He's trying to clear out these illusions now. It seems all but impossible. The Rex dying, the melee Rex will fall. They get the jump on the Yatoro, but they've already lost one in the south direction. BKB from Arme, he's trying to stay on target, but Yatoro is able to sing their way back to safety. And now he's ready to go back in. The song ends, Toronto, Tokyo, BKB, jump on the the answer. Arme disappears in a matter of seconds. GG is fallen well. GG is called. And my goodness, what a buttery smooth start to the grand finals here for Team Spirit. They couldn't have played this any better, Aiden. This is how you dream of entering a grand final for the International.
Yes, absolutely. It just everything they're doing, they're firing on all cylinders. Their macro understanding of the game, how LGD might try to sneak out of base, they're in position to cover it. And then once that fight happens, they're immediately ready to respond in the right way.
I mean, that was incredible. Yatoro turning up, doing it again, another hero, and it looks like it's a performance that's on top of the world.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Yatoro, I mean, we all talked about Collapse so much throughout this tournament, but we gotta give Yatoro
PSG LGD's turn to ban.
Going to find out if we will get a Collapse Mars
Spirit's
or
turn to
what
ban.
else will he play? We're
Between the draft between
Team Spirit's turn to ban. Team Spirit's turn to ban. Prepare for battle.
Lakad mo, Totoo! Normally.
Pan is zomaar een draft jullie.
Smells like team spirit.
Thirty seconds to battle. The battle begins.
Easiest money of my life!
No.
Could see here also a nice little interrupt on the pull through that came through, and Faith Beyond steps over to the side. This of course sets up some free farm for the Luna. Normal laning shenanigans and the power that you have as Bane in these early goings.
Yeah, it's frustrating for the Bane too, because like you're so used to being able to dominate a lot of situations as Bane, while Miposhka now actually trapped in by a Fisher with the Treants on top of him.
A lot of damage out there onto this poor old Bane. Can they run him down? A couple more hits is all they need. Not quite able to get that last right click, and Miposhka with the brain sap and the runaway. Zincu still might be able to run him down. That boots advantage,
but all right, good choice, Zincu. Good choice.
Keeps it safe that time.
But yeah, I mean, Bane, obviously you're used to trading favorably and having answers to like someone trying to pull your wave. But with the Nightmare and the Treants being there, they actually have some counterplay here to like trying to set up for plays as well in the lane. So it's a good pick for the Prophet.
allows him to play that much more freely. But you can see that Luna already off to a hot start. 11 and 2 right there in the top lane is down bottom. Y gonna take one little punch there from the Dark Willow, and a fissure block off on the other side, but not within that tower range. So we'll be able to get away with some extra damage. Tango, as well as the Quelling Blade through, and he's fine.
That's a nice fissure, though. That's a pretty good chunk of damage on him there. Just the harass. Only has a single Tango left. No salves currently on Miposhka. So, you know that courier, you know, makes the call, rings it up, and it's going to be running with a salve in that top lane now. So if there's any chance here for LGD to score a kill, it might be sooner rather than later.
Too true. Gotta look for that opening.
They're really trying to pressure, too. They keep pump faking this fissure up top.
I mean, if you catch him on the wrong side of it, it's going to be a ton of damage out with those treants. But even without it, right? Just the one fissure and a couple punches from Faith Beyond, he hits really hard. They will be bringing over that courier now. Miposhka needs to make sure this one does not get sniped by XinQ.
Hopefully you're not losing it to a Shaco.
Yeah. True enough.
But this bottom lane, lots of harass being spammed out here from Mira and Collapse as well. But it's a Morphling, it's an IO. Morphling in itself a very frustrating hero to lane versus due to the regen mechanics, the ability to morph strength and agi, but comboed up with an IO. It's pretty rough trying to get a kill, but you know, more players, they tend to go for some of these overextensions, so maybe he'll get a bit greedy there.
Right, and even, you know, just the pressuring and forcing him to switch over attribute shift, it makes it a little bit harder for the morph to last hit. So it's not all bad, as XinQ is going to make that big move over underneath the ward and going to steal away the small camp. How many does he get? Not a ton, but nothing to say. Able to sneak a few as well.
All right, interesting stuff there. It does sacrifice the top water room potential there. Oh, I say that, actually. Miposhka
moves in. Toronto Tokyo going to be able to pick up this water room and maybe get some extra pressure onto XinQ. Jumps forward, and there's the first blood. Toronto Tokyo draws it.
Well done by Miposhka. Like, not even just, he basically baited out that rune, right? But XinQ coming a little bit too close, get the first blood for Team Spirit, and they're off to a hot start in Game 2 after already surprising pretty much everyone by going up one game. I mean, I agree. I thought their draft was better last game, but, you know, we just keep wondering, like, how long will the magic last with this team?
It does seem like just an unbelievably improbable run. To think that this team came all the way through in the qualifiers, we're down 2-1 in that series against Empire, and now up one game against the, you know, odds-on favorites. Oh, but it's Collapse, Skewer, pull back. They do some good damage there on Ame. But he will not be under too much pressure of losing his life. He's going to get the deny. A little cheeky there. I like to see it from the morph.
That's a morph player. That's what that is right there. And, you know, nothing to say. Maybe not a Pango player. I have some theories, guys. I mean, that was his, as far as I could find, mind you, I looked pretty quickly. That was his second professional Pango match.
Yeah.
Now, they played a lot of Pango when he wasn't available to play for PSG LGD. And, of course, Coach Xiaoid or Xiaoba stepping in, playing a masterful Pango. You know, he did really well, and we've had this discussion of like how he sort of controls the macro game to help these players, so they can think more about their own heroes and their own item builds, and they have a clear identity of like what I'm supposed to do in this game. But if you're not experienced on the hero, that formula doesn't work so well.
True enough.
But he's got a less draft now. Much better hero for nothing to say.
Very comfortable. Comfy time for nothing to say. And so far, he's doing fairly well. The early first blood onto Toronto Tokyo, giving that puck the advantage as another stack up on those camps. And now, trying to scout for these runes. Poshka, just within vision there, and Nightmare. It's going to use a lot of mana there. And Toronto Tokyo gets the haste down bottom, so a little bit of luck and a little bit of good rotations, helping out Team Spirit.
Yeah, even threatening to have the TP in there from Poshka will be all right, and actually just starts going right back on the aggressive. Will only catch a sentry though, no obs taken away there. So we heard a lot of discussion actually last game from Insania talking about like the power runes and the strength you're going to have from that right here, and especially for a puck, a hero that's really capable of trying to abuse that, because you want to be making these early rotations with the Dream Coil. And it looks like not going to secure another kill there.
Yeah, I think it's an important point to make, is that you've got to watch so carefully on any of these other side lanes. If LGD overstep, they get a little bit close to a tower, Puck could easily make that rotation and kill off a couple.
Oh, Miposhka gets spotted on the way out here. So did Sentry on the pillar, was kind of checking around, finding some wards, and then putting obs down by the Ancients. And there is a Sentry here on XinQ, so this could be pretty painful.
Oh,
he's got it, right?
I think yes. I was right on the edge.
That's a huge D ward. That was a lot of time spent from Miposhka.
And at the same time, LGD going to move in and head up top. Why? And nothing to say together. Are they going to try and make a kill here onto the Luna a little bit far out? And we'll see if they can connect with this one, but...
This is a tower kill gank.
Yeah.
They're ganking that tower. It's not moving. They don't have to worry about it. Luna, she's kind of fast, you know. She's got some night vision, maxed out Lunar Blessing. But a tower, it doesn't move.
True enough. We're going to move in.
Next hero, can she just throw the tower somewhere?
It's a possibility.
Idea
is a dream.
Okay, that went down really fast.
Yeah, this is a problem potentially. The early group up right there, and the fact that you can't really contest it at all. Yatoro heads back into the jungle to farm up to his medium camp.
Look at Maposhka. He actually got spotted there. He did step in vision for a moment. And a correctly drawn line here from Y, I believe, is his current path.
But they did get down that ward. We'll see if that one gets taken away by LGD. Down bottom. Able to go for the RP now, connecting on to Ame, but I don't know if this is going to translate into a kill.
No, they don't think so, at least. They're not. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, they bring in the IO as well, and that's going to be more than enough. Ame backs away perfectly fine.
Maposhka's just like, can I get something done here? You know, my wards... Little D Ward in here just roaming around. You know, it's actually Y, who's well known for being such a roamer, but on this IO having to play a little bit closer to his ally.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a change-up in styles there. We saw a bunch of that rotation going on in the last game from him, as Maposhka on his Bane finds another courier kill.
Yeah, for Y, despite being a 5 player, he actually gets often categorized by like some of the information scrapers in Dota as a roaming hero. We've been told by some of our stats people just because he spends so much time going between the lanes.
Ame, Collapse, facing off with each other. And just the focus right now on the farm, stacking up the camps. Ame again moves up to come and contest this, and Collapse, I don't know if they're really going to be able to do all that much to stop him. Very interesting, but Fissure up top. Now the follow-up, looking for it. Faithion there as well, and this is going to be a kill.
That's a pretty stark difference to the 3 stalking the Radiant carry. You know, they got to get this kill, right?
They got to get something here, that's for sure. Maposhka's waiting off to the side. Nightmare down a couple punches, but they bring in the IO, trade off that Nightmare. And that's going to be more than enough for the moment, but why? Also drop it low, not low enough. Instead, they turn, find Collapse. One more touch is not enough with Faithion. TPing in, they might be able to find him here.
That was the trusty shovel keeping him alive.
Yeah, heading down to the south. TP is available, but Collapse in some trouble. Does the Spirit connect? Ugh, not quite going to be on the mark. He gets out.
Trusty shovel indeed. Up top, nothing to say. Zoning back Toronto Tokyo as he kind of came into a vein on the Ancients, but the pressure will stay in the bottom lane. We already saw how quickly that top tower went down. No point slowing down here for PSG LGD.
It's interesting though, right? Because you can see that this is a dynamic that we've seen multiple times throughout this tournament. You have Team Spirit with a little bit of a lead, even though it's LGD that are taking down more of the towers. Just that stacking up, farming mentality we're seeing from Spirit right now.
And look at the treants put out here. They're watching for Toronto Tokyo, right?
Yeah.
Because they know that everything's on this Dream Coil. That's by far the easiest way for them to initiate. So you just fan out your units like that from Faithion. And unless they're going to smoke in, you're going to catch that punk.
And instead, they're going to find a Dream Coil towards the mid lane, trying to take down this ledge. Do they have enough? Yes! Toronto Tokyo picks up that kill. And with that, a 3,000 gold lead this early on for Team Spirit.
Bit of a theme, I feel like, from these two games from PSG LGD. Ame did a similar thing last game on the Ursa, where he kind of stayed in an area which seems like, surely, you know, like you're in trouble, you know?
Right.
He ended up dying on the Ursa in the top lane. And this time, you know, at least they got a favorable trade. They took a tower after that, which I think was part of the plan for PSG LGD, but they were able to zone back on that bottom tower, shove the wave back out, and now even Collapse running in behind the tower, checking for a courier and everything down here. They're not willing to just, like, you know, give you take the kill and then just give you the tower. They're able to defend after as well.
Right.
Okay, but now the pressure's coming mid.
They're going to get onto the brambles. Thought about that RP, but calls it off afterwards. And again, nothing to say in the mid lane, starting to push down this tier 1 tower with Xingqiu in tow. And why? They'll get it. It's so interesting to me, right? Because you think about traditionally what people think of these styles of play, and Team Spirit definitely going the more farming route in this one. You saw there for a second the last hits that Yatoro has. 135 compared to the 69 of Ame.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, they're actually spotted out here, but they're not going to have anything in time to catch. But That also comes back to just the idea of punishing that Dream Coil, right? It was used. You killed me. All right, congratulations. But I'm a Leshrac. I don't have any cooldowns. When I respawn, I'm coming right back. I'm taking that tower. But as you said, the timing's like PSG LGD. Y had said before, like, we love picking for scale. We like to be very balanced. We're comfortable going late because we think we make better decisions at that point in the game. And even though this is a pretty fast lineup from PSG LGD, it does have some late game tools, right? The Morph Shaker, of course, if you get to that, can really go against anything at this point.
It is a little bit terrifying. You're not wrong. Actually queuing up the Dragon Lance right now on Ame. So you could maybe disassemble that later and build it into the axe if you want.
Yeah, we see that a lot versus the Luna, because it makes like a really nice little matchup, right? Where she's kind of got this like zone that you're trying to play out of and kite her just a little bit. Gives you that tank ability versus all this magic damage there too. Really balanced item to start out with.
Dire's top tower is under
Team
attack.
Spirit nursing that 2k gold lead as on the other side, LGD trying to keep the pressure onto these buildings. Up top, nothing to say is there. The 4 points in Edict forces out the glyph.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Wow, that was a pretty easy glyph to get, not gonna lie.
No.
Didn't have to commit that hard at all. I mean, Collapse had already TP'd up there too, so I can imagine they'd like to go for another one soon. And as we approach, sort of past the laning stage, we start thinking, how's the Roche look in this game? They could take it relatively early, right? You get an early DD with this lineup with Nature's Prophet and Morphling. They might opt for it.
Look at this movement in before the Blink Dagger on Shaker. Oh, Nightmare! By the punch, gonna dodge the stun, but Yador is still in some trouble as they run him down. It was good, but it wasn't good enough.
Toronto Tokyo's coming, but they are too tanky. I mean, you see these stacked up heroes, maybe you're, sort of thinking about going into the Dream Coil, but it's a bit too much. They're just so tanky right now.
And instead, they try and find a pick off here. Nothing to say. The rest of his friends a little ways away. Xingqiu making the move over. They're going to get the Terrorite. That's going to get the Tether Snap. And afterwards, the ulti coming from Willow, but nothing is taking the regen from Y. Keeping his core player alive.
With the wand, with the IO, this early hood into the Eternal Shroud as well. They're going to have some issues bringing down this Leshrac without the Luna being there.
Yeah, I mean, you just get blown up like that. I mean, obviously a great Nightmare dodge of the stun that came in, but in the end, you need to get that BKB online, as we've seen time and again, and Yadoro trying to get towards it now. As LGD starting to cut a little bit into this lead here. Also getting a little bit of free time right now for Ame to farm up.
Yeah, I think Toronto Tokyo is starting to just think about like his role in this game, what he can do. Puck obviously pretty versatile in terms of build. They even early A on this here. We'll have to get out of this one. Even go for the a TP in there. Very nice play to even preempt that by blinking somewhere else for the TP. Could have set something up there. They also have the Orchid ready on this push here, so with the relocate in 5 seconds, everyone can be top lane right now for PSG LGD. For Team Spirit, they don't see very much. I mean, they're rotating a lot of heroes to that bottom lane. I think they just have to go for the counter push.
Yeah, there's no other play really, and they have a glyph still on LGD as well.
They need this Blink Dagger and Collapse before they can defend.
It's going to be too much too quickly otherwise, and you can see getting very close. Collapse just going to farm up the rest of these camps here. Well, bottom, Team Spirit trying to pressure that in.
Toronto Tokyo, he's got the Veil.
Okay.
He's got the Blink.
He's thinking.
How bold is he?
This guy's crazy. We've seen it time and again, and Fate Beyond shows up.
He just wants the creeps. That's all he's going for.
Oh, Fate Beyond spots him. The silence is there. That's the Orchid reveal, and he is mega dead.
Yeah, he's really greedy. It turns out. Oh, you got a full creep wave. That's quite a bit of gold, too.
True.
But almost a certainty when you go over that play.
This does stop the backdoor protection, though. So this is going to stay alive a little bit longer, forcing LGD in this area for a bit. But eventually it will fall.
And already 50 on back to that bottom lane to just push that back out, too. So very well orchestrated there from PSG LGD. But the courier holds the key. Ice Frog, little courier, delivering a Blink Dagger to Collapse. So, he's got a few more things queued up there you guys might have seen already in this tournament. The Shard, the Force Staff. He's made a couple plays. Perhaps some highlight reel ones.
Been absolutely spectacular.
I think he needs a couple more this game.
True enough. Not if LGD have anything to say about it. They've also had a few highlights at times. And playing on that Earthshaker with the Morphling, you just know that there's pain coming if they're left to free farm in this one.
That's really the worst part of just staying in the upper bracket. Less highlights, less games to play.
True enough, yeah.
Especially when you crush your opponent so hard, and then finally being challenged now by Team Spirit.
They're up one game again. Cinderella story that hasn't died yet.
Are scanning.
And seeing if it can continue on here in this game number 2. The BKB is done. Taking a look at a few of these other items around the map. Collapse has that blink done. Zincu getting closer to his, has it completed as well now. So all of the big fighting items online.
That's a bit frightening. It feels so good because, like, obviously as the offlaner, you got to get these like earlier items, get a bracer, got a mech, and then you get your blink dagger. When you're playing as a support, you just get that one thing you're striving for, and it's kind of unfortunate when they match up like that because, like, now it feels like your offlaner can actually play. But Zincu, like, this is an excellent counter initiation to have right now with the way that their lineup's kind of set up. Like, he can just lurk for so long. He can just wait on the side, and what kind of vision is going to catch him, right? Maybe an orb. Maybe you can take a fight at night like this and have the advantageous vision.
Oh, but the Stewart back! Immediately on nothing to say, but he's going to live through that. Nice jump out there. Zincu saving the day even under that ward.
I mean, they have relocate, they have Fisher.
Yeah, they were super ready.
That is a tough one, but at least the relocate gets burnt, right?
Yeah.
So that is something for them, but immediately into the Roche.
Oh, and LGD going to make a bit of a sneaky play here. Did Team Spirit know that this is going on?
Where's your DD, guys?
They're going to have to push. I mean, this is down to about half HP now. Team Spirit, it's really well covered by the vision of LGD as well, but they're going to smoke up now. Can they get there in time? Aegis, it's Zincu now. They pull back onto Zincu. Going to try and take him down first. And they will get that kill, but it comes at the cost of the Aegis on Ame. No leaving it in the pit this time for any other teams.
No.
IG, everybody knows.
To the impurities.
At the very least, you do get yourselves a kill from that, but surely still happy, you know, Zincu. That's basically an exchange. Sometimes you trade a Roche for a tower. Sometimes someone on your team just needs to go and kind of feed to block out the smoke. And in this case, that's just a small feed to help things out here. So another game where, like, the kills have also stayed pretty low.
True.
From game 1 and game 2. Feels like teams are being very picky about their engagements.
So much on the line. It's incredibly tense for these teams. And again, you start to wonder how much the pressure is going to be affecting these plays. We'll have to keep our eyes out for it for sure. But Ame with the Aegis, another 4 minutes with this. And I believe this is going to be the Manta coming out pretty soon for him as well. He can start to play with a little bit more freedom here, potentially.
And currently they already have amazing vision in the top lane. You can see this ward just been staying on the high ground here. About a quarter of its duration left. Nothing to say. Feels confident enough to be up there. They already control the outpost since they took that tier 2 so early. Team Spirit, again, just forced to try and hold on and try and build everything up into Yatoro this game. Does, of course, have this buffed up carry mentality that we've been working towards in this main bracket event for pretty much every team. You're going to have the empowered Luna. But, you know, it's not the wolf bite, it's not the tiny. So Yatoro got to do some heavy lifting here.
Potentially, they have a Nightmare, and then the walk away. They actually relocate into this one.
There's relocate, there's Nature's Prophet. You know, it's very scary. If you don't have that really quick burst, you don't really want to take it right now for Team Spirit. But they forced out some rotations at the very least. They got to try to hold this tower, I think, or else this really wasn't worth it.
No IO save this time, though. That's the danger of the relocate. Nothing to say outside of vision. They don't see him. Now they do. The pullback, going to be able to get that Stewart. The Twitcher not quick enough. Nice. And nothing to say, goes down. Now looking for more. Ame has to be careful. Zincu there as well. Oh, but Ame with the waveform through it. Brilliant play. They on this afterwards. Now the chase looking for more. Can they control? Do they have enough for the kill? The terrorize comes out, but he got the strength form off. Faith Beyond jumps away. The Stewart back 1 and 2. And the OP all collapsed into him again.
And look, they're just surrounding him. There's no chance to help. They have the shaker, but
there is nothing else left in the tank there for Ame, although trying to TP out, but the stun comes through right at the end. And LGD, another triple kill for Yatoro. And Y will manage to escape from that one, but a huge win for Spirit here in game number 2.
That is massive. Oh, what an amazing defense. And Collapse does it twice in the fight with the skewers, catching nothing to say. Like, you know, you talk about this idea with, like, the Aegis and, like, well, what are you supposed to do with this Aegis? Are we supposed to push towers? Is that the goal right now? So, you know, should it be on the Morphling? You know? Right. Doesn't he kind of feel like the harder target to get in the first place, and instead you're sort of hanging nothing to say out to dry? Like, he gets one skewer, and there was no chance to save him.
Yeah. I mean, again, part of that is also the decision to stick around after that relocate was used, because that's probably part of their idea behind it.
Yeah, but I mean, that's your easiest long-range save, right?
Unreal. 5-6. And Team Spirit playing just absolutely great Dota.
I'm sensing a smoke up Echo Slam here soon. You know, this is what you do. You lost your Aegis, and you're like, okay, guys, this is fine. This is fine. Group out. We're going to smoke. We've got our other tools back. Let's go dunk on some people.
Zincu so often has been the answer in the playmaker for this LGD lineup.
Are scanning.
Whether it's the Snapfire or this Earthshaker, whatever it is that he's playing, he's making the big moves. So, 21 minutes in now, and Arrow continues to farm. I mean, this is the thing that's really scary, right? Like, how many times have we seen these Lunas just get completely out of control and then just walk high ground with an Aegis? And now it also feels like they have some of those tools with the Blinks online to actually win those Aegis fights as well.
Yeah, sometimes they don't leave that high ground. It just takes one sort of mounting up there and it's over. Part of the reason why they can be a little bit patient here with Team Spirit, but patience, you know, that's not something they're very well known for.
Scary invis. And then the smoke up afterwards. Team Spirit looking on the hunt. But LGD, sensing danger coming their way, will retreat out. Just
is he going to horn toss him again, Lyrical? Don't tell me he's going to horn toss him again.
Oh my god, he got him again, Trent! They did it to him as they find the pickoff. Collapse, you're too good.
Oh, that smell.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, they're so good at just finding that one kill and like waiting for this timing too of just like, the zip.
They pull him back in afterwards. Why? In some trouble. Skewer a little bit off the mark, but the Brambles are there for round 2 of it. Team Spirit, they came to play on finals day. Taking down Secret, now looking at going 2-0 in the series against LGD.
Dire's top tower.
Meanwhile, Faith at least, you know, getting something back, right?
Yeah,
go grab that outpost, get it, but man, losing the Roche into just like taking over the map right now for Team Spirit. They're just having fun. That's what they say, right? They look like they're having fun. Well, Voshka looks like he's having fun. For someone who's playing Bane, that's as much fun as your face gets, I think. You know?
They're on top of it. Killing it. And we'll see now if LGD can pull this back. I mean, again, we've talked so much about the effect that pressure has in this lineup. In a lot of ways built to try and just win the Aegis. Not a whole lot else is going to be acceptable for them and the sort of standards that they set for themselves. 5-8.
I love how you see this sentry they put outside the base too, because I had the same thought. I'm just like, where is that ward? Like, how did this Magnus do that? You know, and just nothing. He just collapses. Just too good. He just feels it. He just goes. At the very least, yeah, it's a lot of sentries.
They're all over the place.
And, you know, that's because they also have the gem, I believe, still, yeah, on Toronto, Tokyo. So they know that they're in trouble when it comes to the Vision game, and so you get into this place where you're just kind of spamming them everywhere. And you know, you heard. Our lovely draft panel, as well as Insania, talking about like the sustain and everything, and Insania pointed out just like how much more valuable that healing is on the earlier end, right? You know? Yeah. About trying to get as many of these mechs and these holy lockets as early as you can in the game, and when you have to spend on sentries, that can be a bit tough. But at the same time, you have a Shaker on your team, so you're making a sacrifice in terms of the goal to ensure that Blink Dagger is going to be there. Unfortunately, they haven't really gotten much out of the Shaker. A couple nice saves, but Zinkyu's still waiting for his big moment.
And it's tough, right? Because you have to sort of go in and make that chaos happen first with the rest of the heroes on LGD, and specifically Nothing to Say. And he's built all these items to try and stay alive. The Eternal Shroud, going for the Halberd, now into the Plate Mail. And it has just not been able to be enough to keep him alive against the big plays from Collapse. MVP in this game, too.
And now? It's nighttime once again. So what do? We smoke. You got night vision, right? You have the advantage there. They're going to have to rely on the trans from Faith Beyond if they want to scout some of these plays out. That is the vision that they have at night. But the edge certainly belongs to Team Spirit.
Absolutely. As they move up onto the high ground, Zinkyu feels like he's safe, but they drop down the ward right away. Zinkyu manages to get out of there, has that shard to create that separation. But again, a ward dewarded and taken away vision from LGD.
They're just going to do this sweeping motion here, right? They actually scanned ahead to see if he could blink in there. He's checking the high ground. Yeah, Klaus wants this so bad.
He's ready. He feels the moment, dude. He is so on top of it. Waiting for the vision.
Yeah, nothing to say, it's going so far back. Like, no.
He knows. Fool me. Oh my god, that was close. Fissure afterwards. They're sensing it. They back out of there.
He's feeling it today.
Came close there.
I mean, that's what's so cool about the spell, though, is that you can just fish. Yeah. You know? Sometimes you're not going to catch anything. Sometimes you get yourselves the big old whale.
You know what's also so interesting about this? Like, those 2 outposts are still held by LGD. They're keeping so much pressure on the map by LGD, and Team Spirit, it doesn't look like they're that interested in trying to take it back. They're just looking for those kills now.
Yeah, and unfortunately for them, it's going to be a very long Roche spawn, because that's kind of what they're playing for right now for Team Spirit, right? It's just like, we don't want to rush anything. We just need one more good fight. We're going to clear up this entire base with our Luna. And we want the Roche for that. So they're going to be trying to control around the pit. Someone's going to sit in there. They're going to wait. They're going to be very disappointed for 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
There you go.
And that's just time for PSG LGD. So what can we stall for here is the question. Shiva's coming up relatively soon, so nothing to say. But the Aghanim's, that's what we're stalling for. So whenever you get in trouble as a Morphling, you look to say, how good is the next game is it? And it's like, oh yeah, right, we picked Morph Shaker. So we do have that going.
That's going to be the big window that they're looking for. Only 2 points in Enchant Totem right now for that Shaker. But can still be devastating with all the lockdown that you get.
Now, interesting things that we're going to have to watch during that, though, will be the fact that it's the Aeon Disc on the puck, right? So they're going to be looking to catch and chain and even just try and, like, go through that stats resistance while it's actually active on Toronto's Tokyo and just trying to, like, keep chaining him down because he's not going to have the BKB.
Radiant's middle tower.
And then after that, we also know that Collapse, he really likes these kind of cheeky items, right? He doesn't like BKB. He's seen the plays this guy's making.
There's the Aeon Disc out. Toronto Tokyo not concerned, just blinks away after the Aeon Disc is procced. And also getting that D-ward again.
So the question will be, when they come high ground, will you find this big Morph Shaker play? Are you going to catch these heroes without the immunity that they need to survive what is obviously a pretty terrifying duo of heroes?
Faith Beyond shows for a second. Collapse, looks for an opening, sees him there. There's an opening, the horn toss, the pullback with Skewer, and immediately gets the kill. Nothing is free, not even pushing out a wave.
That's the kind of punish that you need. I mean, they felt pretty free on this map, right? Because they are moving around as a single unit for Team Spirit, right? And that's why we're spotting some of these heroes just like Faith Beyond's randomly in a spot pushing out a wave. Nothing to say. That's why they were able to control the outposts for so much longer than you might expect, considering the situation that Team Spirit was in. But the punishes are free, and so they will go back once more for a disappointing look inside the Roche pit, and then wait another 30 seconds, and then they'll go back and do it again.
But look at this. They have that Aghanim Scepter done on the Morphling now. Puck also just finishing an Aghanim Scepter and has an Arcane Rune bottled.
Like sending in Wanderers. Just these slow movements in. Ready to tether back. Off Sentry. It's going to catch both.
They have vision right away.
Know they're there.
Collapse. Oh, he doesn't go for it.
We've seen him go into these trees so many times.
Collapse.
I would not be surprised.
He's thinking about it. Xingqiu is back there.
Oh, they're just baiting out.
Yeah, they're waiting on it. And Faith Beyond, in the meantime, farming on the other side.
And the Radiant, they scan that pit there. To no success. They're going to send in the Treants, though. So, PSG LGD, they're in the know. They've got the Morphling, with the Aghanims, with the Shaker, and a team that really wants the Roche. They have a plan.
This could be LGD's comeback here. Can they make it happen, though?
And how long can you sort of like control and force the focus of Team Spirit to be here, and what are you gaining on the rest of the map? I mean, again, they're fanning out a bit here, and you have the global teleportation off of 10 seconds for Faith Beyond. You have Ame just farming the Dire Ancients right now, so
are they going to give up this Roche?
I mean, they know they're in there right now. I highly doubt they just give this up for free.
I don't know, is it still inside here? They're moving over now. Faith Beyond getting some treants out, starting to move into position. They're going to lay down these brambles.
They're actually doing this so slow that maybe PSG are just kind of fine with this.
Are they really going to give up Roche for this, though?
I think they just can't get in the position, right? I mean, they don't have the best vision around the area. They actually see absolutely nothing right now, so I mean, they know they're in there. They've sent in the treants, but again, how do you get that initiation when you're so reliant on it? You'd rather just fight on the high ground at this point.
All right, well, LGD give that one up. We'll see if that comes back to haunt them later. As Mira is going to push out this lane up top. Faith Beyond very close. And they're going to have to deal with their lanes, because this is one thing that's definitely beneficial for LGD is their split push potential. Faith Beyond, BKB with that Orchid. Xingqiu shows up.
Under attack.
Adoro up on the high ground. Nothing to say there as well. They have great vision on Team Spirit, and now showing in the lane. Why they're thinking about going? They pull him back in, and he's done. Can they go for any more now? They have full control onto the Luna, but Luna just walks away.
Dire's middle tower is
living yet again.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if he's thinking about, like, is there a buyback play there? Because that's a pretty bold sentry to place down.
On just like that, Team Spirit with Aegis in hand. Faith Beyond could maybe go for a play there, but Toronto Tokyo not showing himself, has the boots of travel to join with the rest of the team.
Right? They had the ward near the base. They actually saw that Ame was moving over here.
Oh, man. This would be such a huge pickup if they can get him. The spider leg walking in. They get him with the horn toss. Chasing it down for more. Ame's done. Team Spirit everywhere. everywhere they go, people die.
It's the ward game, you know? Just spots them heading over there. That ward near the base. Lets them know they chase it down. And now they go up. Will they leave is the real question. There is a glyph available for the Radiant.
True enough.
Radiant's
they walk
middle
up high
tower is
ground
under
and
attack.
Yautaro
Radiant
going to start
structures
beating
are
away.
fortified.
Laying claim to this area. In the meantime, Faithbeyond's going to try and push up that top side, but they catch him right away with the gun collapse, pulls him back in, breaks the coil. Team Spirit, they're just playing too clean today. LGD need more. They don't have buyback on this Morphling. They can't get 2 racks at the very least on the side of Spirit, but I mean, do you need 2 racks? I don't know. That's a good question. Well, maybe Faithbeyond is actually starting to take this one down. Now they jump in. There's the BKB. Faithbeyond still has that Orchid available, but the turn off to the side. Oh, great Orchid to interrupt, and that will be enough to get him out.
That was really well done. The BKB team, it's like there's one answer, right?
Yeah.
Finds in there with the Orchid, so well done indeed. He will at least take a tier 3, so that's something, but of course, there's still lots of time. You know, 2.5 minutes for a Luna to just run back to your base. She's pretty fast.
You're not wrong about that one, and can start pressuring down these other towers. There's no more glyph either. The Team Spirit want to make another run at this with the Aegis. They're just so far ahead already. 10k gold. It does not look particularly close.
Yeah, the Boots of Travel there from Toronto, Tokyo, so he's just able to push out this bottom lane. He can be there in a flash too, trying to match some of this global capability that's there from PSG LGD, but they're still waiting for their shining moment of Morph Shaker. They are in this game, believe it or not.
Just haven't had an opening. Satanic now done too for the Luna.
Couriers just flying in everywhere, dropping off all these new items, the Team Spirit.
I mean, Yautaro almost 10k gold up on the next hero on the enemy team. LGD just don't have an answer for this Luna, particularly with the Aegis. And it looks so free for him. This is the path to victory for Spirit to go up 2-0 over LGD.
They gotta guard this wave that's with them, though. Faithbeyond has caught the next one. They're scanning that he's actually still there, so he's going back to Toronto Tokyo. He's going to try and hunt down Faithbeyond.
Oh, and off to the side. They get the vision. Tries to chase him down there. There's the silence. The coil afterwards still hits pretty hard on Faithbeyond, but with collapse in the area, they're going to break the coil and kill off the Prophet.
Does he need to buy back is the question.
Oh, man.
Can they actually force it here? I mean, it's going to be a while for the lanes, right? It's kind of why you have to sacrifice your life sometimes on Nature's Prophet. I don't think they can punish this simply by the speed at which creeps walk.
Haste!
So there'll be a little bit more time now for LGD. But what are you gaining in this time? You know, there's Scotty done, so that is pretty huge, actually. Scotty and the Morphling versus this Luna. And again, Satanic.
I mean, it's looked so one-sided partially because LGD haven't taken that fight yet, right? Like, and there's still going to be that window when they have the, you know, Ag Shaker and can go in all at once together. It's just they're waiting for that perfect fight. Still have to be careful of that one on Team Spirit. And with this Aegis, you would have to imagine it would come soon.
Well, Collapse, you know, I think he wants his perfect game here. It's the only one who hasn't died so far on Team Spirit.
Absolutely carrying out of that offlane.
No kills, too. So giving, you know? Such a charitable offlaner.
That's the way it's supposed to be, absolutely. Ooh, also, that Aether Lens for the extra range. So much range on absolutely everything in this game for him. But they're gonna get set up again. Morphling sending in the courier. This one might get scouted here, and the Lucid Beam.
Yeah, using the Lucid Beam and
well
the shard.
played. That was that the Scotty? Oh,
yeah,
God, killing that Scotty.
Almost 3 minutes of no Scotty, but you know, it's okay. You know, LGD, they don't actually see enemy heroes. They just see enemy creep waves. Right? That's the goal right now.
Okay.
The creeps are the true enemy. So that's why Faithbeyond, you know, he's not up top where the heroes are. He's down bottom where the creeps are. Just keep pushing them out. Keep them away from your base.
Trying to extend this as long as possible and then force Team Spirit into a bad position. And, you know, in the last couple of minutes, they caught up and done some bad work.
You know, you look at this more. He just keeps climbing.
Will it be enough, though? They can make the most of this, dodge fights, and then possibly get another fight around that next Aegis. That might be their window with the BKB on Ame.
I think what's very impressive from Team Spirit is how long they have just kept this single ball rolling around together, and they're not panicking. Because a lot of teams, it gets to this point where it feels like you've been running around for so long, and now the Aegis is gone, so people said they fan out a bit and they farm, right? Yeah. Mark Shaker will punish that with relocate. With a Nature's Prophet, they will find you. They will kill you if you try and go it on your own.
But with all the lanes pushed out now, Team Spirit, without that Aegis, still going to walk up and hit this a couple of times. You have 3,200 HP on Yaro as well as the butterfly done.
And they have this warp on the high ground that LGD don't know about. Collapse.
So often he's been the one to make those big plays. They're continuing to push in the bottom lane. LGD hoping for an overreaction from Team Spirit. As they walk up, start to hit these racks, but likewise, bottom lane is being pushed in.
They've morphed in as well, actually. He's fully committed to the Shaker.
Terrorize afterwards, call with the fear and the horn toss to pull back. They got nothing to say.
He's so far away.
They don't have a way to get to him. He is going to die here as they get the Fiend's grip off and the eventual right click down to death.
Oh, Toronto Tokyo into that ace. He caught one on the way in, too.
On to ZQ, he's in trouble now as well. They find themselves another pickoff potentially here. ZQ, nothing else left in the tank, falls down.
That's a nice play. Very heads up there from Toronto Tokyo, just not letting him just get away with offering up the sacrifice of the Lesh rack. Not just to go. We're gonna take what is Shaker? Cow?
There you go.
We'll take that too. Yeah.
They're keeping these lanes pushed out. This is the only thing. We've seen a couple of teams, you think back to that Quincy Crew game, they were able to keep the lanes shoved in constantly and eventually win with an all-in push. And that might have to be what we see from LG as well. Maybe a relocate play with Morphling or something like that.
No. Do not say that. I won't allow it.
You won't allow it.
Here. Not some DD relocate Morphling.
There's a chance. There's potentially a way. You gotta be careful of your Team Spirit. With this global potential that they have on LGD, anything can happen.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
The last outer tower now gone. PSG LGD.
Beyond AC done. And Team Spirit starting to sense Roche going to be back up. 10 seconds. And with that, it could be the window to close this game out for Team Spirit.
All right, refresher or eggs? What are we getting?
I'm down for either. As it will respawn right now.
Get the eggs.
Interesting. Smoke up, though. LGD. Is this finally the fight that they feel comfortable with? They've been sitting on this Ag Shaker for so long. Or Ag's Morphling, rather, with the Shaker. BKB now done to boot.
Yeah, that's a good point, though. Maybe they get ZenQ and eggs here. Yeah, that would be kind of nice.
You can see Team Spirit not comfortable just hitting away in the Roche pit. Nothing to say, walks in. Yadaro up front and center. Jeez. Nothing to say, they jump in. There's the control. The damage out. Yadaro turns to fight. Destroys, nothing to say. They got him. Clock to the side. Ame in some trouble. Hitting from the low ground. How many misses are there? It doesn't matter. As they chase him down and kill him off. A great win for Team Spirit as they will find more and more. Unbelievable.
The chase continues.
Yadaro just chases him down. And afterwards trying to buy a little bit of space, nothing to say, but can the kill collapse? Trying to take him down, but no, it won't happen. On the side, Toronto Tokyo will fall. With a big stun afterwards, Yadaro moving in. He's big, he's bad, he's Luna trying to kill him off. The fear, the pullback, collapse, he's got him. ZQ looking dead as well as they turn and hit. Another one bites the dust, but they buy back now on ZQ. Faith Beyond getting absolutely shredded. Yadaro is too big. As they catch him in again and push back, they got him caught and gonna maybe find the kill. Nothing to say, down low, dead. Another huge win. Team Spirit, they won't be denied. The Horton catches onto ZQ and Yadaro just slaughter.
The way they play these fights, they're so in sync with one another. They call it a Cinderella story. Well, the shoe fits wearing.
Unreal. And we got a crowd up there. Talon, very excited for this young team's present. They have been absolutely dominant in this one. 2-0.
It's not just the fact that they won 2 games, it's the way they won these games. The patience exhibited here is not something of a young team of like, oh, we crushed the lanes and we're totally owning this game. They were patient. Yes. They knew their timing. They watched for the only way for PSG LGD to get back in this game, and they just blocked it out.
Unbelievable showing here from this team. The patience, the
Team Spirit's turn to ban.
Right now, Spirit is utilizing that 18 to 24 very well.
He knows that his lane is secure no matter what.
They also run out a lot on Faith Beyond.
Team Spirit's
the trademark in this tournament.
Yeah. I think Team Spirit's lineup also looks like it has a lot more potential. When you look at these fights and when you look at what's going on for LGD, tell me about what they're...
Tinker would actually, Tombstone, Night Vision.
Speed, what allows PSG...
Spirit would run away, they're going to be dying from rockets, it could be a massacre. It always has the potential. This hero is so strong this patch, and yeah, one of the best Tinker players. I hope to see fireworks.
Yeah, regardless of what I want to see when TI by Blood Rage and the nighttime Tombstone Vision, everybody's tanking the Tinker spells. Very beautiful pick in my opinion that can, once again, it might enable their entire lineup.
Team Spirit
back into Grease, into Crest, and put that on this one hero that's just gonna... And then this cure is never gonna happen, and now you're stuck with the Rubik that's just looking at the... It's like, it's sure happening, guys, because...
And they were excited to see it. Could this be what allows PSG LGD to maybe turn the tides and get the momentum back under their grasp in this series?
I mean, I absolutely think so. Out of all the drafts that we've seen from them, this feels the most LGD. I felt like in the last game, they didn't really have a way to fight. I feel like LGD's like proven we're one of the best teams at fighting you. And I feel like in the last two games, they just didn't have a chance to do it. So I really like this draft from them, and I think they have a way to, battle out against Spirit. But at the same time, I see a way for Spirit to deal with a Tinker. I don't think it's an uncountered Tinker. I just think of the way Yatoro plays, I could easily see him, get on top of the Tinker and pick him off in a fight, come in from the sides with Mel, and, read the movement correctly. Because one of the themes for me about Team Spirit victories has been vision. And vision is the best way to deal with Tinker. This hero abuses vision better than most heroes, so I think the vision war that's going to happen between Spirit and LGD is going to be really interesting.
What are you going to see? Both teams head to head it. Any sort of catch from either of them, White. Gonna try and hide in the pit. Only the Rockets starting to come out from nothing to say. It's Team Spirit. They will back up in either side, able to get the grab that they wanted to potentially get that first blood. But let's see, as you say, definite potential here for PSG LGD and their lineup. But as we've seen so far, 2 games in which Team Spirit have looked to be completely in their comfort zone, and it does seem the pressure, it's certainly more so there for PSG LGD in this series.
Yeah, I absolutely think so, and I agree with something No-Tail said, where like if this game starts looking bad, if the early game doesn't really go their way, I could easily see some potential crumbling coming out from LGD, but I feel like they have the makings of a good draft. You know, when I look at it objectively, if this was like a first game of the series, I haven't seen either of these 2 teams play, I would have favored LGD's draft. I like what they're coming into this game with. They're setting up strong lanes, and they have Tinker to like kind of provide the damage for later team fights.
One thing, though, to me that sort of stands out looking at the lineup of PSG LGD, whilst they've definitely got a lot of heroes to create that vision, set up for the Tinker to go crazy in the team fight, sort of similar to, I believe, the Game 1 draft, there's not a lot of stuns.
Yep, you're right about that, and I think the idea here for them is that you're not really going to be committing into fights. You're not jumping a hero and then just trying to stun him and lock him down and chase him down. You're rather trying to burst somebody really quick and then resetting out. So the idea of using Rupture and then dropping Tombstone is going to be their key way of team fighting, and then you're going to use Rubik primarily for counter initiation. So when somebody comes into your backline, or when somebody chases down the Bloodseeker, that's when you'll see the Rubik coming with Lick. That's when he's going to come in with a Clutch Tornado, or something along those lines.
Let's see how these lanes end up panning out here in the early game. Yutoro on his PA, as we said, this time a hero that he has already pulled out on the main stage.
I love this from Yutoro. If we take a look at the bottom lane, he's so good at doing this. As soon as you see Zinky run for this block on the small camp, he doesn't care if he misses a creep or 2. Just immediately runs over, make sure they get that pressure. Zinky's immediately forced to TP out. So that's mana. That's a Fade Bolt that he's not going to be able to use on them. Plus he doesn't have a TP. So just really nice gameplay from Yutoro, helping out his position 5 player win these trades.
Now he's been stepping up there trying to get connection onto Jinkyu, but smartly keeping his distance. We'll have to watch out when the level 2s are hit. I mean, this lane in general, when you see the Bloodseeker Rubik, do you feel that that is a lane that the PA can struggle against, or is it not too bad?
I think it's the kind of lane where they can kill the Rubik. Oh, and here we go. This might be first blood.
They're going to try and get in the Thunder Strikes there, Maposhka. First blood for him down in this lane. The trades favouring them here between the supports.
Yeah, so if you think about how the lane is structured, Bloodseeker Rubik, they want to slowly like harass you out of the lane. And if you think about Disruptor PA, it's a similar story. But Disruptor PA have kill threat on Rubik because the silence from Bloodseeker is so slow that he can't really save his Rubik if they go on him.
My goodness, look at this aggression in mid. Toronto, Tokyo, really pulling back, nothing to say.
Yep. He does have his bottle though, and the water runes are up, so he should easily be able to run to the top one and pick it up for himself. Yeah, up top, Collapse is taking a lot of pressure here from the Spectre Undying. I think the Spectre Undying is an interesting lane because you won't really see the Spectre connecting as much as the PA is to his carry and helping him, but he'll provide the vision from the dagger. There'll always be that slow that enables Undying to get more hits in.
Sure, and you feel it's unlikely for the Mag and the Willow to ever really get on top of the Spectre in the lane?
I think, so the idea for the top lane is that the Undying's going to tank a lot of damage. He's going to be in your face, you're going to have to be hitting the Undying and dealing with his mana for the first portion of the game, and that will lead the Spectre to get a lot of farm for free. However, the Undying is an issue because he runs out of mana at some point and he runs out of healing. And usually when he does that, he's forced to reset back. And then Spectre can take some pressure. But so far, it seems like Wyatt's doing a good job. He's just blocking out these camps, providing vision. But you see this, Mira's immediately on top of dewarding the ward. He reads it perfectly.
Yeah, knew exactly where it was heading. We'll go for the quick trip back to base here. I'll see mid. Toronto Tokyo is going to have to take the walk back, so a bit of space given to nothing to say as he is starting to get ahead in this matchup, getting a good few denies in against the Invoker.
Yep, and the Invoker's going to lose a full creeper of experience here, plus the bottle refill from White. This is great gameplay from LGD, and I think this looks characteristic of LGD, right? You expect to see them do these things where they're optimizing everything that's happening. White runs in, drops a ward, denies himself the tower, blocks the Ancients, TP's mid, refills the bottle for nothing to say. This doesn't look like a phase team to me, you know? We were a little bit worried that maybe they're going to be feeling a little bit of tilt or pressure, but the way they're playing right now, looks like their head's in the game.
A solid start on the lane so far. Toronto Tokyo, he wants to try and play for the 4-minute rune, but Won't manage to do so. Extra backup was on its way over for PSG LGD to keep control of that.
Yeah, so you notice both fours are rotating for the runes, right? And in this situation, the Bloodseeker's pretty fine bottom. He can't really be harassed out of the lane because of how the thirst functions, and he just keeps regaining HP for every last set that he gets. Meanwhile, the mag up top, who's laning against the Undying, runs into this impossible block where he can't really rock up to the lane and get gold. And I think as long as they play this rune game where they force the position for in Miro to rotate towards the middle lane, LGD's going to come out with a little bit of an edge out of the laning phase.
Oh, their core is definitely looking comfortable so far.
Yep. You see Miposhka rotating over mid, setting up vision. There's so much vision around this middle lane for the Dire side. They don't want the Sinker to go down.
Yeah, almost impossible to close in on nothing to say with this sort of setup from the team. It's going to ensure that he does get this good start.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you take a look at the CS, you notice the Invoker's really falling behind. The Tinker almost has as many denies as the Invoker has last set. So, like NoTail and Seb mentioned, right, this is one of the best Tinker players in the entire world, and he's living up to that praise that he received on the panel.
But would you imagine that, even though it did get through as the last pick, do you think it was something that Team Spirit would have had in mind? They knew that this was going to be, there was potential of this coming up as the last pick for PSG LGD.
If I'm being honest, I don't feel like they've really addressed the Tinker in their draft. I think this Invoker was more like this is what we're going to go with, as Imposhka's in trouble.
They're going to try and chase him down. He does get the kinetic field off. Yutoro tries to turn towards Fake behind, but the backup's there from White. He's trying to commit Yutoro, but can he get the kill in time? But stick charges. Yutoro's going to try and run him down, but Fake behind is out to the side. Yutoro's not got the further vision. He is going to be able to jump out of the blood right, though. Over to the creep wave.
The zombie gives vision.
See if they can chase him under the tower. They can't. Oh, they can! Oh, they get him!
The zombie vision.
They still manage to see him there as Jinkyu reaches in with a hard-hitting Fate Bolt.
Actually, I do believe that was a thirst vision.
And now Miposhka. I mean, this is going to be potentially another one. Can they get him as well?
There's no man on the runic, but he has boots.
I mean, Jinkyu, he wants to dive in for this. He is taking quite a bit of damage. Toronto Tokyo will TP over. Jinkyu will get punished for this dive. See, Toronto Tokyo can find anything more here. Why still in the tower? No TP, no mana. So they do dive in to get an extra kill on the Disruptor Miposhka, but they lose 2 heroes for it. Toronto Tokyo, pretty nice kills for him as well, considering the slower start he was having in comparison to nothing to say in the mid. So being able to make that move and pick up 2 kills on the Invoker, that's going to get his early game back on track.
Yeah, absolutely. But we touched on this in the VP versus Team Spirit draft, how it's very important that you get earn charges on the Invoker, right? This is what enables the Invoker to play his game and be faster on the map. Unfortunately, he has not yet bought his earn, so despite getting these 2 kills, he doesn't fulfill the objective of getting 2 earn charges in the early game. So while it is good for them, it also has its drawbacks, and this is in large part due to how well Nothing to Say played his lane out.
There's been a lot less focus now around top as Collapse happily farming here in the lane against Arme, getting just as much as the Spectre. And that's got to be, after Game 2's performance, probably something to fear if you're PSG LGD. Collapse, ending 2-0 and 20 in Game 2 on his back.
Yeah, absolutely. Middle lane, Nothing to Say is getting pressured. But you see here what Seb and NoTail talked about. They don't really have the damage to punish him. They don't have the tools to really kill him. The Invoker is good at catching him, but he's not a hero that can stay on top of him and keep outputting damage, because as soon as you've used your spells, that's kind of all you have in the tank. And in the bottom lane, you notice here how Yatoro doesn't feel as safe sitting on the lane. When the wave is pushed out, he's forced to move away from there because the Rupture is up now and they have the ability to go on him. So you can look at Team Spirit's positioning. They're expecting something to happen down here.
They certainly are. Yatoro just trying to farm with the dagger from the Blur.
Invoker's resetting back on the lane as well in the middle lane to set up for a potential TP.
Let's see if Jinkyu and Faith Bian feel that they can strike. They're being careful. They know that a reaction will come out if they decide to try and dive in on Yatoro, so they won't fall for it.
But yeah, so far you notice as soon as the wave goes out of his tower, he's forced off. And Spectre's just comfortably sitting top. He knows that he can lane against the mag at this point and doesn't really feel the pressure. However, despite all of this, Spirit does have a slight gold lead all around.
Incredibly close though. PSG LGD, they're bringing extra numbers down one on one. He's ready to join. Yatoro to commit with the Rupture here. Horn over as well. Then on the PA, Yatoro ball full. So they can get Mapochka as well with the four of them and the tombstone down. They certainly can. The pressure mounting from PSG down on this bottom lane. They know that they can get in and get away with it, especially with the global backup of armor.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is one of the strengths of Undying in the early game, because once you place that tombstone, the enemy team doesn't really want to TP in. They couldn't really respond with their heroes the way they wanted to. Mirror started this TP, but immediately cancelled it, recognizing that, you know what, I can't TP into the tombstone. It's not going to be a good fight for me.
It's a collapse. Trying to play around with Jinkyu. They do have further members coming up. Team Spirit off the back of those depths down bottom. You know, Yatoro, he'll move himself up to the top half of the map to farm up here. Tier 1 tower will be lost. PSG LGD with an early objective.
Is under attack.
Yep, they're just evening out the map, swapping sides here. You see even a scan going out on the trees, making sure that nothing's here setting up. And one of the best ways to deal with Tinker is that you want to try to get these early towers, because Tinker abuses the towers on the map in order to fight. It provides him with safety, a place that he can TP to, come in and out, use all of his mana, go back to base, do it again. So it's important for Team Spirit to try to get the towers early, because once Tinker comes online, it's going to be very difficult for them to do it.
Is under attack.
Let's see what they look to head over next. Spirit staying together. I'll take some of the jungle away from PSG LGD.
Yeah, so Tinker just finished up the blink. This is going to be their first timing to fight. You have Rupture up. Look for that Rupture into Tombstone combination once more, with a Tinker TPing in and dropping lasers and rockets.
We'll have to be done without the Haunt. That's still out for about 80 seconds.
Yeah, looks like they're playing it patient. They don't feel rushed to make this move yet. And this is another of the nice parts about Undying. Unlike most 5s, he has the ability to farm jungle camps quite easily, because he just drops a tombstone, and the tombstone deals damage over time and spawns all these zombies that allow him to farm these camps and get some extra gold. So he's closing in on a 6.
And Yatoro, the space is here. Clearing up the stacks. Keeping his farm on par with that of Armek. Having an equally good time, of course, building straight into the stats right now. Falcon Blade into the SNY, he has to buff up with the Empower.
Yeah. As soon as that Empower runs out, look at Collapse. He immediately runs over. And this goes back to what Seb talked about, right? This game is more about the Empower. They're not playing around the Skewer in the same way that they were in the previous games. As a smoke coming down bottom.
See if the 3 members of Spirit can find some action. They do have 6 on the supports. The Static Storm and the Fear ready to play with. PSG LGD, they're doing a great job of avoiding this. Arme is down here on his own.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It looks like they're waiting for the Haunt, but Arme is about to get caught. Spirit have sniffed him out.
Let's see if the 3 have the damage. Try and set up with the root, but not going to get the connection. The glimpse back is there into the Static Storm. TPs are coming over. Arme is tanking up to live through the Static Storm. He's still alive, and in fact, he's able to turn the tornado. He does catch him. Isn't enough damage. Arme will live. And it will be Spirit that lose the 2 heroes off the back of that attempt.
Yep, and in the meanwhile, you see, as always, Team Spirit really smart about their map movement. Yatoro moves into the enemy jungle, starts farming here. Tinker's forced to come top and defend the tower. And despite losing their 2 supports, they're applying the pressure. And whenever Tombstone's used, you're going to see LGD kind of wait off. So this is 40 seconds that they know Yatoro's most likely going to be allowed to farm pretty freely. And that's why he's up here in the top lane playing so aggressively. Collapse is the next target.
Trying to chase Fake Beyond. Not going to get in range for the Rupture.
Top tower is under
Laps
attack.
into the trees, hard to find. They won't get the setup. And halfway towards his Blink Dagger collapse.
Yep, much better vision game this time around for LGD. Their wards are not getting dewarded the same way they were in the previous games. They actually have quite a lot of vision here to play with, and a lot more information than we've seen them have in the previous 2 games of the series.
There's a calm start here once again, but very close. 13 minutes in, less than 1k in it. PSG LGD, despite the 2 rough games they've had so far against Spirit, seemingly regaining their control that's managed to drive them straight through the upper bracket into this grand finals. Let's see if they can keep it up. Bottom, Spirit. Start for a bit of a poke onto White. Just the 2 of them is not enough to deal with the Undying. Not going to look to commit anything else here, Spirit. They know there's potentially backup behind the Undying.
Yeah, and the Tinker's deciding to go for the Aghanim Scepter. The way this works is whenever he lasers someone, they lose a chunk of their maximum HP. So versus these type of heroes that Team Spirit has, he's going to be very, very quick at killing them all.
Look at this quick move. Yatoro needs another Fake Beyond. They're going to try and burst the Bloodseeker, but the counterplay comes in. Arme with the Horn looks to collapse. Jumps over towards Yatoro. Yatoro trying for the TP. He's away. But collapse. There'll be no
great presence here from LGD. Now they're the ones that are allowed to respond, and it seems like they understand now how Spirit's playing the pace of the map, and they understand what Spirit wants to do. They're going to make assumptions based on your movement, and it feels like LGD are getting a better and better read of it. And yeah, I think that's largely due to the fact that they're able to establish more vision on the map this time around.
Radiant are
it's alright.
scanning.
Back to the farm. Wants to at least get his S and Y done before turning up to the fights. But even with just that, the BKB may be something that he wants to hold back until he has as well. Tinker Laser will never be fun to play against as a PA when he's trying to focus targets. Bottom lane. Xeno attempting with a static storm. This time around they have enough damage. They've got the catch up to Arme. He's trying to get away, but he will fall. This time around Spirit, they'll get the big kill. But it has cost them both supports lives. We'll see Toronto Tokyo trying to escape, but they got any way to find him in.
There's one more sentry.
He's into the trees. He's having a
Dire's structures are fortified.
Not quite able to get round to the trees to get that set up as Tokyo makes it out of there. They lose 2 supports, they get the Spectre. You happy with that if you're Spirit?
I think Spirit's okay with it. I think this is like, LGD recognize that our Tinker is so strong right now. There's no real counterplay. Even if the PA gets on top of him right now, the PA doesn't deal enough damage to burst them. So I think for LGD, you want to try to abuse this timing where your Tinker's very strong and he's outputting damage. And Ahmed dying once or twice here or there while he doesn't have Haunt isn't the worst for them, as long as they get some sort of response in return.
Back to the farming.
Radiant's middle tower.
800 or so, the axe to be done on Arme. They are on track to hit a very good timing. And we've seen already the responses from PSG LGD each and every time Spirit try and make a move have been top tier. But now the move that Spirit can make, it's going to be much more deadly. Collapse, the Blink Dagger on its way over to be in his hands. We saw what he was achieving last game when he was jumping all over the place. Let's see if he can pull it off again and start to literally tear PSG LGD apart with his abilities to just grab them and throw them around the battlefield.
Yeah, absolutely. But this game is much more challenging than the previous ones. There's going to be rockets flying at you. There's going to be tombstone zombies. You have many things that are going to get in your face, as well as the Bloodseeker Bloodright. So he's going to have to both navigate these spells and make sure that he doesn't get caught before that. Plus, on top of that, there's a Hawk to provide all this vision for LGD. So I feel like the way the game is shaping up, it's falling a lot into Yatoro's hands. And he's proven that he can do it.
Yes.
But his farm and the way he plays his teamfight out is going to be very key in order for them to be able to stand a chance against LGD.
No, absolutely. As I say, this BKB, if he can get this quickly, that's going to be a huge nuisance. There's not too much they can do through it. The Rupture being the main one. But if the setup's there and Collapse, Maposhka, Mira, they're able to hold the heroes in position. This PA is not going to have to step around the fight too much. As long as they're able to stand in position and get the hits in, they can have the heroes brought to them.
Absolutely. Ahmed finished up the Zaganims, and once they get this timing coming, you see LGD immediately smoke up. They're checking for wards. They drop a sentry to block the Ancients. They know the PA is playing in this area. Unfortunately, they just made the wrong guess. So you either here are going to assume that he's at the 2 camps up in where they are right now, or that he's playing at the Ancients. But look at Toro. He sniffs it out.
It's so hard to catch this man. He's just always a step ahead.
I mean, the way they're reading the map is just very intelligent. I think they realize when the Spectre runs back to base that, hey, something's probably happening, right? He's not just running back to base because he wants to. They know that the item is very likely coming. And then when all the heroes then disappear, that is like another sign for Yatoro to be like, okay, I can't show.
We're going to see the attempts onto Toronto Tokyo down bottom. Azame, he'll jump over, sentry still down. Toronto Tokyo try and hide himself in the trees, but they'll stay on top. Same time over towards the mid. They will lose Faith beyond. The counterplay was made by Spirit. So the TP out as well. Mira gets back to safety, so 1 for 1 across the map here.
2 seconds for the skewer. Glimpse. Skewer back.
With a dagger slow to set it up, and he's able to dodge the decay nicely so that he did get hit, but still get the blink off. But now Arme, he's ready to come back in. Yatoro's up to the side, the rocket's on it up, but nothing to say. He jumps in to finish him off. The fear and the counterplay here from Spirit. Nothing to say, is caught underneath the tower. And they've got enough damage here for the Willow and the Magnus. The stun over the turn them underneath the tower. Nothing to say. Surely going to go down. He will collapse. Skewer over into the trees. Collapse. He's still alive here. Can they quite find him while he's coming back over? Steps in and collapse. Finally they burst him with a fireball. But this battle underneath the tower, it's costing PSG lives as well. The root down, catching the 2, pushing them back into it with a deafening blast. He's going to turn back over towards Toronto. Tokyo's going to jump in, close the gap onto the Invoker. Can they help him out? They cannot. Are they able to finish off Toronto Tokyo as well?
That was beautiful. I love the way Nothing to Say played that team fight. He recognized that if this PA is dead, there's no damage coming out of the Spirit Draft. So trading his life for PA is really what enabled this entire fight to happen. You'll see a lot of Tinker players just, you know, they're like, I'm not going to go in, I might die. But he recognized that my death is worth it if I can take the PA with me. Just beautifully executed there from LGD. Ame also, small thing in the fight, TP's back to base, heals up, uses Aghanim Scepter to jump back into the team fight and get those last couple of kills.
And Ame is crazy. We're seeing the power of that Shadow Step. He's in and out consistently. That 30-second cooldown, easily able to do it a couple of times in a team fight.
Yep, Mira, nice play. Knows there's no stuns that can catch him here, so there's no skewer on the Rubik. He's not going to get caught during that. We have another big interesting item coming up. There's going to be the Holy Locket for the Undying, and once he has Soul Rip maxed out, okay, he already has Soul Rip maxed out, together with the Holy Locket, this healing is ridiculous. So basically the way it works is the more units there are, the more you're going to heal. And with Tombstone and the way it functions, you just spawn a bunch of extra units, so you're almost always going to get that maxed out heal. So any sort of healing tool, together with Spectre's Dispersion, just deals incredible amounts of damage in the team fights. I feel like LGD's draft is really coming together now.
Yeah, absolutely. So in a way that we just haven't seen from them so far in the series. Mid lane, they're looking to jump out to Toronto Tokyo. Will be able to turn with a quick tornado. The attention from PSG will turn over towards Mira. Into the Shadow Realm though. They still want to dive. He's dropping down the Tombstone. Just full aggression from PSG. Diving past the tier 1 tower. The Rockets, they're coming in on Toronto Tokyo. He's got to get up and he can't. He's in straight on top of him.
That's just beautiful. They're abusing these vision tools so nicely. You have the Tombstone, you have the Bloodseeker. There's so many ways to get vision in these team fights.
I mean, this Ame Spectre's looking pretty spooky. He's picking up the kills, the involvement here. PSG LGD just fighting in a way that we haven't seen from the Silver in this series. He's going to jump forward onto Fabian. Underneath the tower, we call when the hill comes out. He is trapped to the Static Sword, trying to run, but the Thunder Strike finishes him off. TP's coming in with Spirit. Why? Trying to dive in onto Yatoro. Another Soul Rip. Healing Wire. He's going to stay on top of the PA, but the hits come out. Yatoro takes him down.
He's able to get away. Oh, that was close.
So they can pick up Mirrors while they can. Nothing to say. In with the laser. And out he goes as well, picking up the action. 2k lead now for PSG LGD. They're starting to break down Spirit.
Yep, they absolutely are, but a very, very important item is about to come into the game, and that is the PA BKB. He's 100 gold off of it, and he's going to have it in the next team fight. And the way this changes the game is the Tinker can no longer just laser the PA and force him to reset out. Yatoro's going to have 9 seconds where he decides what he wants to do. And if those 9 seconds get him the right kills, that's going to be everything they need in order to win the fight.
And during that time, you know, Yatoro, where's he looking first? Is it sort of this Tinker? Does he have to just commit onto Nothing to Say to eliminate the threat from for the rest of his team?
I mean, the ideal scenario, right, is that you kill the Tinker with a PA BKB, because the only thing really covering you against the Tinker is that BKB. Once that BKB runs out, you're going to see the Tinker lasering you, rocketing you, refreshing, laser rocket again. So the ideal scenario for him is he's allowed to meld and kind of hang around the fight as it breaks out, and then once the Tinker commits in, that's when he jumps.
We've got a smoke coming in from PSG LGD. They are very ready to fight. Especially with Ame's heading back to phase reset. He's ready to Shadow Step in if he's needed.
Tombstone on the high ground.
Collapse is just teeping out. Excellent kinetic field from Miposhka. Stops them from being able to chase in. Put a stop to the escape here from Spirit.
Looks like Spirit might want to chase into this though, but they should recognize that Tombstone's been dropped on the high ground, and it might be a hard fight for them.
He's going to commit with the BKB. Just goes to work straight away onto Y. They should be able to get this. Yeah, Y's dead for sure. The crit comes in. Y will fall.
LGD are hanging around though. They recognize the importance of this BKB.
Yeah, they've got a bit of a window now to maybe punish if Spirit stick around, but they won't. Back behind the tier 2 tower, Spirit will hold back.
Yeah, tense game. This BKB really is going to be important, so using the first 9-second charge for the Undying, it's okay, but it needs to lead to something. You know, this opens up some time, this gives them some time to farm. Hopefully they can deward some of the vision that LGD are playing with. And if they manage to do these things, and they can reset the map to a position where they can farm up and they can get to the PA shard, they can get these items that the PA needs in order to punish the LGD draft, then it's all good. But if those BKB charges get wasted for support kills that don't lead to more, then it's problematic for them.
Radiant's top
PSG
tower is
LGD,
under
they're
attack.
trying to sneak the Roshan. Won't be the quickest though, and already actually deciding that they don't want to spend any further moments committing a Spirit potentially around the area, and they are. Spirit more than happy to fight. Blink RP at the ready. The big old Zara for PSG LGD though as well. Horn good to go again for Arme. Pure gold away from the Manta style as well.
Yeah, Wyatt leading the charge. All he needs to do is get that tombstone down before the fight starts, and he's going to do it as soon as the smoke pops.
He's going to pop it down immediately to see what he can find. Will just be Mira. A Shadow Realm and a TP out will get him away from this, and now no tombstone for the fight.
Yeah, but he does have that level 10 talent. This was recently added. The minus 15 second tombstone cooldown makes it less of a committal when you use it.
Toronto Tokyo. And he's going to end up walking into the Bloodseeker mid, Faith Beyond. Just turns straight away upon him. Toronto Tokyo was not prepared for that at all. Just standing there in the mid, and Faith Beyond finds a very tasty surprise.
Scanning.
And now, if the Undying would have had that tombstone ready, he would have had that ulti ready. You could have seen LGD potentially poking at the Roche. But what they ideally want is for... okay, they actually already do have the Mantle Inspector, so never mind. But that is a big Roche tool. Once you get Mantle Inspector, you have the Desolate to deal true damage to the Roche, and then it goes on very quickly. But they're happy with the pace of the game right now. They're happy with how it's playing out. Shard finished on PA.
He's coming across this tree line. He knows that Nothing to Say is playing here behind the tower. He's going to try for the catch, won't get it. Goes for the attempt, but Nothing to Say out of range.
And power stolen by Rubik as well, by the way, so the Spectre is now matching the PA's farm speed.
About 2k in it at the moment between Arme and Yatoro, but definitely having that ability on their side as well will help him close the gap. Online for the Skadi next after the Manta.
Yeah, intense game, both teams just holding their high grounds, understanding where they're strong, neither of them willing to fight into the other team's vision. If you look at how Y is positioned, he's standing right outside of that ward until he's ready to run in.
Do they want to find this Spirit? So on the low ground, Tombstone dropped. As soon as it's out, Team Spirit, they retreat.
Yeah, I think this is a very intelligent thing that LGD have recognized in this game. They've been dominating their division for 2 games straight, and they feel like, you know what, maybe they're better at warding than me. How do I solve it? Well, collapse. Take care of the division.
The grab on the face. It's a lockdown. The RP catches the 2-4. Sunshine comes in. They kill off Faith Beyond. The Sonic Storm is on to Arme. Yatoro's going to look to bail out. Collapse as well. Go for the TP away. Gets out. They all get out. Spirit.
Oh, thank you. Just barely missing the RP on the PA there. That would have been a massive kill. But you see this from Spirit, right? As soon as that BKB is ticking low, he has to TP out of the fight.
Yeah, they know exactly when to sort of just get out of that. They get their kill, they get their trade. They know not to push it for anything more. Team Spirit knowing the exact moment to call it quits and reset.
Yeah, absolutely. Yatoro's playing this game excellently. But I do worry, once this BKB starts sticking out, the Tinker's closing in on a Hex, right? So even the threat of potentially jumping on him is going to be hard. You see Yatoro's also buying that Desolator. It's not a Basher. It's not a tool item that will allow him to necessarily kill the Tinker if he has that Hex.
We're going to go for the Roche now. They know there's no RP.
Yeah.
So if they have the damage to take this out and see if Spirit still want to try and make a jump into them.
Yeah, so between the laser, the Mantle Spectre, the Undying damage amplification.
Look at the fear, quite nicely timed. Roshan is very low. Is there any potential for a steal?
Yeah, absolutely. Yatoro might go.
He's not going to get it. He's not going to get it. Arme gets the kill. The Aegis on the Spectre now. Spirit, they've got to be cautious. Yatoro pops the BKB, but he's already been burnt so low. Three of the daggers, but they surrounded by PSG LGD. Mafosca as well, caught in the river. They couldn't make their jump in time, and Yatoro just getting burst so heavily before he could actually get the BKB off there.
Yep, excellent gameplay from LGD right now. They're banging on all cylinders.
They are. We did not see anything close to this in the first 2 games. PSG LGD finding their confidence, their fire, as they're hitting back hard here in this 3rd game.
Yeah, absolutely. I just feel like the way that they've approached vision this game is just so smart. I think this is what they were missing in the first 2 games. These tools that provide them with vision, and the adaptation to recognize that is amazing.
Just Arme jumping around the map. Collapse this time around. The damage too overbearing from Arme and his illusions.
Alright, so for the side of Spirit here, I think it's getting increasingly difficult. You're starting to feel the pressure of the Tinker. You recognize that, you know what, there's that Hex, there's that Aghanims, and once my BKB's out, I'm not really sure how to fight into these heroes. And we haven't really seen Toronto Tokyo in this game. He hasn't really had a game, so this Tinker pick from PSG LGD is played out beautifully.
Right, it's definitely turning into a game where, when you look at the farm on the cores, a lot is on Yatoro's shoulders, whereas on the side of PSG LGD, the wealth very evenly split between Nothing to Say and Arme. Both of these cores, and just in combination with one another. Spectre, Tinker, nobody wants to play against a good he's in, using the RP to catch Yatoro completely off guard. He wasn't ready for that at all. But now see them trying to turn on Fabian and Sora. Hill comes out. The Meteor crashing down on the Bloodseeker. They find him in return. Mirror busted in position here. Wyatt trying to look towards him, but the field holds back the Undying. Mirror gets away. But a quick move there for Jinkyu.
Yeah, there's still the Hawk ready though if they want to look for more.
See, jump over the walls, trying to take it. He's out of luck. Arme continuing to be an absolute beast this game.
And the team fights are just so hard for Spirit, and especially if Yatoro isn't there to play the fights for them. They really need him. What a beautiful initiation from the Rubik there with the RP. You know, whiffed the one earlier up top, but gets the more important one here mid.
I mean, they're down 8k at the moment. How on earth do they just approach any sort of team fights now at this stage with the Spectre just jumping into their faces? And as you say, the vision, the counter abilities from PSG to just disrupt any sort of move or jump that Spirit are trying to make themselves. It seems that this time round, Spirit, they're the ones in the impossible position.
Yeah, I think they're off balance, right? They probably played this entire tournament playing off of vision advantage, having information advantage. And in this game, they don't. They have one Tinker ward in an area where they can't really punish Tinker. That's far up top. They're not really going to bring their heroes to that side of the map. And then in the bottom area, the only ward that they have to fight around is also an area that you won't really see LGD approaching.
What's this movement? Azos into the rupture, trying to Tokyo in trouble upon the BKB. We'll see Arme heading on top of him. We'll get glimpse back. And we'll give the space for Toronto Tokyo to stand his ground, the rupture to wear off. Looking for setup on the side. They get the catch onto one. Yatoro, he'll come in, jumps in, does get caught up, but Ain't the third jump to BKB off the side there. Yatoro, he'll survive. Over the wall, Fabian goes. He won't chase further. The Sunstrike just off the mark. Fabian will live, but so will Yatoro. That time getting so close once again to being burst. The light still coming in big. Did just grab that Paladin sword before that last play. Almost certainly saving his life there with a big burst heal through the crits.
Yeah, absolutely. I was like, where did that healing come from? I did not see that coming. So yeah, that does make a lot of sense. And he gets that second Hex off. That's a one-team
that was
fight.
Scary.
It's really coming down to, you know, those micro decisions that you make in these team fights. He thought he could get the burst damage out in time. Seemed like the wrong choice this time around.
I mean, 32 minutes in, PSG LGD still an incredibly comfortable position. Look at the map control as well. They've only lost one tower so far in this 32 minutes. Very impressive control, and just sort of forcing Spirit to almost play a different game that they would have wanted to. It was clear that Spirit came into this wanting to deal with PSG LGD the same way they have done in the first two of this series. It's not worked this time. Spirit, we're going to have to see something different from them. Something that we have seen before in previous series. Not something they've necessarily brought out today.
Yeah, and if you click on Yatoro, you're going to notice that he's feeling the pressure of the Tinker. That's a refresher queued up.
All right.
And if you think about how PA works, that's really mainly for the BKB. He feels like he needs that extra duration of Black King Bar in order to be survivable in these fights and win the game. It's a really, if it works out, this will be a genius item. I'm really interested to see how it plays.
Focus around the mid lane here for Spirit.
Oh, what a play by Y. He put his courier on the hill to scout out the ward.
Immediately the telekinesis comes out for Jinkyu. Catching Collapse in the combo. Collapse to go with the TPM. The ult is there. Yatoro trying to get in with the BKB. He'll turn over one time, but Arme just jumping all over the place. Yatoro up to go with the BKB TPM. Collapse goes down. Yatoro will be able to save himself. PSG LGD, they're looking to see if they can chase for more. Fabian trying to run down Toronto Tokyo. But the Invoker, just as speedy as himself, will manage to break away.
What an unbelievable play by Y, though. He just put his courier on this hill, waiting for that ward to come out, recognizing that if they smoke, middle lane's where they're going to go.
I know they're going for more. They're ready to try and get the jump in onto Yatoro, but Yatoro blinking straight over to the safety of Mirror on the high ground. They won't get a further catch in. PSG LGD there now look to back off. Still 30 seconds without Collapse.
Yep, the pressure is on. We see nothing to say buying that Aeon Disc. He was queuing up the BKB, recognizing though, the problem for me is not really the magic damage. It's potentially getting locked down by the PA and getting bursted. So Aeon Disc will solve that problem for him. And their items are just gearing them up to not die. You see also, same thing for Ame. He knows that PA doesn't really want to buy an MKB. It's not an item you traditionally see on the PA. It forces PA to deviate from his standard item build. So buying that butterfly here is going to force the PA to play his game. And now the PA is suddenly reacting to the Spectre's items instead of the other way around.
Because what do you do in this situation now, Yatoro? What is the call with his next time?
It's a hard decision, right?
Yeah.
And this is what LGD are doing so well. They're forcing you into a position where you might make a mistake. Maybe he buys the wrong item. Maybe he now decides to go for the MKB, but then his BKB is too short to fight. Or you're just making this problematic for Team Spirit. You want to make it as hard as possible for Yatoro to do what's right.
He's even thinking about the Ags as well. A lot of options here for Yatoro.
Radiant's top tower.
It's a difficult choice. I don't know what the right one is.
And we'll see if he does either. A very tough place to play from.
Yeah.
13k. Both nothing to say, and Ame's power just continuing to grow.
And we've talked about this a lot, but you know, Roshan's about to spawn. Heroes start moving over to the top side, secure that area. Y already has the ward down. Notices there are no heroes there. That means we know where Spirit are. An immediate smoke over.
Collapse. He's able to blink. Same can't be said from the pocket. Disruptor will die. Mira and Yatoro, this is a bit of a spooky place to be. Yeah, they'll have a poke and an immediate TP out. They're not messing around. They know how quick PSG LGD is going to be with these responses. He's on the cliff. Nothing to say. He's quite happy to join him.
Not really quite sure what was going on there. Maybe he was attempting to de-ward while he saw the hero's bottom and saw the TPs on the tier 1 bot tower. But Roshan has spawned. Click on Y, he has everything ready. Tombstone ready, ulti ready. This Rosh is going to go down extremely quickly as soon as Ame connects over.
I mean, in 50 seconds without collapse. Unlikely they're going to be able to do anything without him alive. Is there any world that they buy back to contest this, or they just let this go?
I feel like based on the way they're positioned, it might be hard to get there in time. Yeah. So the buyback option probably is not there. It seems like Yatoro now has seen this Tinker buying the Aeon Disc, so what does he do? He buys the appropriate item for response. He's going to go for the Nullifier.
Alright, so many choices, and Yatoro, he's got to make the right one.
I think Team Spirit have recognized that as long as this Tinker's alive, there's no way that we're going to win the long fight, and we're going to constantly be forced to TP out as soon as Yatoro's BKB ends. And for Team Spirit, I think the way that you need to fight here is you need to set it up in a way where you initiate, force the Tinker to show himself, and then have Yatoro go in. And at the same time, flip side for Team Spirit, for PSG LGD, you know that your 4-man is stronger. If both Yatoro and the Tinker stay out of the fight, you have the advantage. So just don't show nothing to say too early in a team fight. Allow your team to play the game 4v4, and then come in and beat the PA as soon as he commits.
Again, falling back into a peaceful era here for Team Spirit, at least, where they don't have any interest in meeting PSG LGD head-to-head whilst there is the Aegis on Ame.
And for the first time in this game, Spirit has finally been able to establish some sort of vision in the bottom area of the map. We noticed them doing this time after time. When they fall behind, they like to take over the enemy triangle. They feel like it's a comfortable place for them to fight in. And even in this game, you notice it. Here we go again. Up into this Radiant Triangle, or Dire Triangle. Wait for the Tinker to show up. If the Tinker comes to that wave, they're going to be right on top of him. But it seems like nothing to say is played. Plenty of Tinker games. He's recognized this is the only way I might get caught.
Yeah, he's got a lot under his belt here, nothing to say. Ame, a quick jump over to the bottom lane, adding another kill to his scoreboard. 9, 1, and 15.
Yeah, and interestingly, though, he's on solution damage.
We'll see it. An attempt of a play. Yatoro is going to get caught out by the bash. He's going to get out of it. Yatoro will go for the BKB TP out. The disarmament is there under the Spectre, so no chance of a bash. As Yatoro will get out the same. Not to be said for Toronto Tokyo, though. There's nothing to say. How's his number?
I mean, nothing to say is really turned it up this game. I mean, I'm really impressed with his Tinker decision making. It's just very, very intelligent. Has not gotten caught a single time farming lanes, I think. And the way he teamfights is just beautiful. He knows what to wait for. He knows who to look for. This is a completely different PSG LGD.
It really
compared to the first two games.
It really, really is. It's looking fantastic. This is the power that we've seen from PSG LGD in the series before, in this run in the upper bracket. and it's coming out just where it's needed the most. They were knocked down hard in the first 2 games, and I think a lot of people were definitely going to be interested to see if they could somehow regain that control. It's not an easy place to be in, as you said. For them, the pressure incredibly high in this. They will not accept anything less than first place.
Yep, absolutely. We have another fight brewing. This is the only side of the map that Spirit have wards on. So Spirit are not willing to take this team fight into LGD. I'm really curious what fight they're going to look for. This is the one, I think. Can't go on Ame though. The Aegis protects him.
2 minutes still with that safety on the Spectre.
But yeah, if we think about the mentality of LGD coming into this game, right, the pressure was definitely on them. I mean, Johan and Seb talked about what they saw backstage, and what they saw in their expressions. I'm sure this kind of momentum for them is huge. And it's something that you need in order to win TI, right? You need to have that attitude of champions.
Good jump. BKB, you still see the jump from Ame. He's in with the first shot to Toronto, Tokyo. Let's push back with a dampening glance, but they're in with the ground. Nothing to say. He's in with the nukes.
He's playing with so much confidence on the speaker. I was talking about how you need to wait out for the PA, but he recognizes, you know what, there's no way to PA's bottom here. He just full commits into their base.
He's level 26 on the Tinker right now.
He is incredibly farmed. He's gonna finish a Bloodstone, or an Octarine Core, sorry.
I mean, without a doubt, we saw how much Collapse could do last game when he was just in the lead, ahead, just playing around with his food. He's got to make some big moves here from the defensive position as he is losing teammates around him to the consistent dives from PSG. He'll try and get the grab here. Onto Ame, it's not going to happen. Forced back to the fountain. PSG LGD, they've got all the space in the world to push it onto the tier 3. Can Team Spirit get them out of it? There's no buyback on Toronto. Tokyo still down for 30 seconds. Without mirror as well, they'll have to, by the looks of it, at least let one set of racks go down here. There's no defense to be had quite yet for Spirit.
That's so hard to fight into this tombstone. You saw Yatoro kind of thinking about it. He was looking for that potential wraparound, but recognizing that, you know what, my team won't be able to support me. Even if I can catch the Tinker in the back lines, I don't have the power to kill him on my own.
Oh, look how much money he's got. 6k gold in the bank here. Nothing to say. He can really start picking up whatever he wants now. Just filling up those inventory slots.
Yeah, absolutely. Finishes up that Octarine course. Just wants that mana pool. Ooh.
We'll have a momentary pause here. 15 to 30. 24,000 net worth lead for PSG LGD. The numbers looking very good for them right now.
I have a hard time. I'm trying to think of scenarios for Spirit. It feels difficult to find a way to do it. But I really like this choice from Yatoro. I think this refresher could be genius. It could just be the thing that they need.
I mean, the problem is, even if they get these kills right on the defensive Team Spirit, it's a Spectre and a Tinker. You kill these heroes, they're buying back, their boots are travelling over, they're haunting in, they're shadow stepping back into the action. Killing them once is not going to be enough. PSG LGD will use the opportunity to get in and destroy you, even if they lose a core at the start.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're totally right about that, Owen, and that is why they are so far ahead, right? They have all these options, they have all of these tools, but if anything could potentially catch them off guard, I mean, PA refresher, when have you seen that? I think once that BKB runs out, expect nothing to say to blink in to be ready to hex. And if he gets that refresher off, if nothing to say didn't click on a PA, that could mean his death.
I mean, it would be quite something if this build does have the impact possible. But will it be enough? It seems like a pretty big ask here when they're as down as much as they are in this game 3.
Let me tell you, as a player in this position, these kind of pauses, it's the worst thing that could possibly happen. It throws you off your momentum.
Well, for who? The team that's ahead or behind?
I mean, I'd say for both. Yeah. I think it's really sad for both sides. I wouldn't say it's like, oh, Spirit's getting an advantage, but when you are playing like the pressure, you're playing the way LGD are, your mind is so zoned in into thinking, what are they doing now? Where are they moving next? How far could they have potentially gotten in the time that it's gone from me last seeing them on the map? And all of these small micro senses that you have where, like, let's say Yatoro shows on the top lane, and then 15 seconds passes, you know where Yatoro approximately could be, because you know how fast the hero moves. Everything like that, it's thrown off by this kind of pause. And that's why usually, if you think about it, after pauses in pro games, you see somebody getting picked off or somebody making the wrong judgment call. And it's because this like micro senses that you're used to playing off of gets thrown off.
Especially in a game such high stakes here as the grand finals, the International 10. Spirit, as you can see, up 2-0 right now in this best of 5. Well, as this game 3 goes, looks like PSG LGD will be able to stop the potential of a 3-0 clean sweep here for Spirit.
I just really hope there's no initiation in the next 30 seconds after this pause, because that would really suck for both sides.
There we go. We're ready to get the action back on its way, ladies and gentlemen.
I can feel my heart pounding with that unpause there.
You know how the players are feeling.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, looks like hopefully there's no initiation here, so we survived the pause.
Pretty far away from one another. Yatora, just a recipe away from the refresher, so I certainly want to get that done. Ideally, maybe hit the 25 if he can before the next fight is forced.
Which talent do you take, though? The coup de grace is great. You get more damage. But the tripling slicing dagger might just catch out a support and one-shot it while you're not paying attention.
I feel like the coup de grace might be it, because you got to kill someone. I mean, one of your items is a refresher. You're not maxed out on the damage.
Yep, you're
making sure that the crits are hitting harder. Could be pretty essential there for Yatora. But then again, the triple is nice if you know, like, mega creeps are going to be coming in. If you feel like you're losing some lanes of barracks, you need to push back out. So
I'm also thinking for the team fight, right? How we know that Yatora has to wait out. He can't fully commit straight at the start, because then he'll be forced to waste his BKB.
And maybe they do have, of course, the Empower. You know, the triple stifling daggers with the Empower on them. That's pretty nasty.
Quick fingers from Toronto Tokyo, but he's caught.
They've got to catch it. BKB is trying to walk away. See if he's able to make it out. He's been ruptured. He's going for the TP out, but the BKB comes to an end. And so does his escape. He'll try and hold them back with a tornado, but there's nothing more to hold them back with. Yatora, he's going to be the new focus. Standing strong from a pocket down in the trees to try and stop the chase. Fabian coming in with the BKB. And Yatora will manage to make it out, but Poshka as well in the trees, hidden out as he TPs.
Yeah, beautiful reset there from Team Spirit. I actually thought they were going to have way more casualties, but quick fingers from Yatora, blinking off of Poshka. Great team play there with a static storm to cancel. Tinker potentially chasing for more kills.
So yeah, he has taken the chance here, hamming up the damage. The gold for that refresher of just a few hundred away.
I'm so excited for this refresher.
If some sort of big brain play comes out.
Exactly. I want to know how it plays out. And now he has it.
And he does.
Immediate smoke up.
They would have seen him building, of course, with the perseverances, but it's just a question of whether Nothing to Say in particular is ready for it to be complete for the next fight. As you mentioned, if he's out of position, he comes in with a second round of BKB and nullifier. It could be deadly for Nothing to Say. You know, man on his Tinker has had a pretty free game so far, jumping all over the place and bursting down the lineup of Team Spirit.
Haste!
Yep. BKB finished on Y. This undying is not easy to bring down.
And look at his positioning as well, just having any chance of Spirit being able to make a move from their triangle.
Yeah. I mean, the problem really for Spirit, like, how do you kill the other heroes if not PA? If PA can't commit on them, how does anything die?
Of course, PSG LGD there. You're going to be feeling very comfortable. Nothing to Say in Arme. More than happy to farm up sort of their 6th item. Looking for the Orchid into the Bloodthorn here for Arme. Nothing to Say. Getting close to having the comfort of the overwhelming blink. Maybe even holding on for his lineup as well. He has been quiet. He needs help, but he needs it now. The BKB comes out. It has been ruptured though. Not much that he can do. And Arme, he's in with the illusion, surrounds him. No way for Yatora to get out. And of course he did spend up on the refresher, so 100 seconds, no buyback on the PA.
Yep, LGD firing back strong. What a catch from Faith Beyond. And then I feel like it just all ties back to the vision. This game, PSG LGD had vision. They were playing on even terms for most of the game.
Oh, Collapse, he tries to make the move, but the chaos is there. Shinju with an instant lift holds him in his tracks. As it's another core out of the game, Collapse and Yatora, no way of returning for this defense. on
Radiant's
Spirit.
top tower has fallen.
PSG LGD, they're up to the racks.
Radiant's top tower.
That's gotta be so satisfying
Radiant's
for
top
Xingqiu.
tower.
Oh, yeah. Collapse with a Mac, just constantly skewering them back. And now finally he gets to do it himself.
Yeah, Collapse giving Xingqiu the respect as well there. With the words of Purge in the tip. I mean, this is what the PSG LGD fans expected to see from them in this grand finals. They just took a bit of time to turn up today. Needed a bit of warm-up. The first two games, that was that. But this game 3, full power here. Even just into the base, Arne just killing off poor old Miposhka.
LGD are playing with such confidence. But at the same time, patience. Whenever they need to slow down, you know they're doing it. Oh, the immediate roach spawn. Nice. They're very happy about this, I'm sure.
And nothing to be done about this from Spirit whatsoever. So fall straight into the hands of PSG LGD. As we'll see, poor old Miposhka has tried his best to defend against the creeps, and then suddenly an army appears on top of him, disappears. But the job is done. Miposhka taken out. No place is safe right now from the Spectre.
Yeah, and the Rubik gets the Aghanim's scepter. This is probably one of my favorite Aghanims in the game. It's always a great feeling when you have it as Rubik. So one of the cool things about this that I don't think we've ever talked about is when you spell steal, and most teams aren't aware that you have an Ags, they kind of think, alright, Rubik used it. You hear that bling sound, and then you're, okay, I can use my spells however I want. But with the Ags, that throws it off. That just makes it easier for you to get those big steals that you want to get. So highly doubt Team Spirit to be ready for this, but to be fair, they've had a lot of time to sit in the base. Usually what you do during this time is you're starting to discuss everything. What is it that LGD can do? How do they approach this fight? What are they going to be looking for? What are we looking for? What are our objectives here? Which heroes do we need to go on? What spells do we need to save? All these things should be discussed with Spirit, and they should have a structured fight in mind here, because you can predict what's going to happen.
I mean, 40,000 gold down right now, Spirit. PSG LGD looks like a pretty smooth sailing here to the victory. Is there really anything the Spirit can pull off whilst this far behind?
I mean, it's a matter of finding the tinker. I really think so. Of course, you can always win. In Dota, I feel like you always have the option of winning. And especially in late game, yeah, there's 40,000 net worth differentiating you, but there's no amount of net worth that will make up for a bad positioning or, you know, the clutch play. So, formations is really important here for LGD. And if Yadora can find some sort of backline kill, that could open the fight up entirely.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
Final set of barracks here to jump in underneath the tier 4. They're in on the Miposhka. He's gone. Perhaps we'll try and jump in with the skill back onto the wall. Yatoro's coming in on the front with the BKB, but he's been disarmed. Gets the Phantom Knives up. Now turns everyone's wide, but look how much HP Y's got. Yatoro. Refresher. Doesn't want to give it for everyone. Nothing to say with an exit block there. Yatoro. Yatoro in a fall. Buyback at the ready. Instant smoke up from Spirit. Miro. Set things up with the curse credit. Get the glimpse back. Looking for the skewer, but he's actually able to get out there with a answer. Arme won't be grabbed back yet. Steps back to the safety of his team. PSG LGD still respecting the buybacks here from Spirit. They won't instantly push in onto the melee racks, but the rocket spam begins from nothing to say. Yatoro, he's going to look to try and jump outside of the base. He's able to jump out. Xingqiu's going to go for nothing to say, but nothing to say. Gets the blink off in time. Back up to the high ground. He goes. Oh, they're trying to get in. They get the skewer. Oh, he's in the fountain. Onto the open. He's got it the once. Can they do it again? It's in the three. Alright, he'll be getting out of this fountain alive! GG is born! And PSG LGD will take this game 3!
I love Dota so much, Owen. That was so beautiful. Everything happened. You got the skewer to the fountain. Oh my god, it's a fountain. They try to flank the skewer minigan, but no, the Yules. And then the stolen skewer, and you pull out a hero of your own. They did. To the GG.
Wow. I mean, they fought right up until the end here in this game 3, Spirit, but they were too far behind. PSG LGD. I mean, this is them looking phenomenal and completely in the comfort zone. Something that, after seeing the first 2 games, it was understandable to sort of doubt if we were actually going to see them get to this place. But they have. They've hit back so hard.
Sega, these guys have only been playing for 2 years. That means that they, in 2 years' time,
LGD's
have a
turn
chance
to ban.
of being on that
Team
main stage.
Spirit's turn.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Prepare for battle.
Right on into this one. Susie Mira's gonna get caught and gonna get killed. How's that for a start, Trent?
Such a good coach. He just gets us there right in time. Well done. As his team will take first blood.
Very, very good start. Play their own game. That's what we're hearing right now from the coach. Zhao Wei so often has been the one to be able to lead his team to success and Aegis himself, but we'll see if they can do it here again. As nothing to say why, they're all invading. Dude, LGD coming out with some confidence saying, this is our high ground, we're coming to take it.
And this is what you get when you keep coming back with this Undying, right? You're very willing to brawl right now.
So they are going to stick around for a moment. Ame spotting out the rest of Team Spirit, moving in that area, getting that extra vision with the passive. And will we see another round of Bounty Runes stolen away? Collapse walks on in. Why there? Gets the click-off win. So LGD, they're going to claim 3.
Turns back for more once the brain sap, but can't quite find it here. So yeah, another focus on the lanes for sure here from LGD. But the lanes also seeming to be the win condition right now for Team Spirit. I have to say, you know, it's difficult to disagree when there's a combined 5, you know, Aegis is won by that drafting panel.
True enough.
It's a bit rough. So I think they might be onto something with this whole concept of like needing to snowball things pretty hard here, needing to play around their Templar Assassin, and there's always a chance going late, of course, especially with like the way the Templar Assassin now functions because of her aghanims, where you can actually get like a little bit of split push out of this hero, which you didn't used to get in the past. But you'd much rather be leading things ahead of the game right now for Team Spirit, and if they don't get that, like they can easily do that with these heroes on the side of PSG LGD.
Totally. The snowball can definitely occur. And I really liked what we sort of heard about the mentality that was going on, as well as we see nothing to say get a D ward there on the Observer ward. Like, you think about the way that Team Spirit has played throughout this. They're playing, you know, just for fun, they say. They're playing without any fear. But for some of these players, that's not an option. Ame, he's been so close before to winning the Aegis and then snatched away at the last second. This is a story for him for redemption.
Yeah, we often hear the pressure of the Chinese community on this team just because, you know, they've obviously looked so good and they've been so close before, and particularly Ame, he's shielded, you know, he's taken some of that blame before in the past, particularly at TI, particularly in a Game 4. You know, the pressure has been there, and it's been a bit much at times. But I have to say, after last game, I think he's probably feeling pretty comfortable here with his Luna.
He's looked amazing in that Spectre game, so we'll see how they deal. As Xingqiu was able to get that pull through and only get the half pull on these creeps connecting it. As Miposhka wants to keep that pressure on Xingqiu, needs to be careful here. Obviously, only level 1, so doesn't have that Splinter Blast yet on the Wyvern. But they will throw out one more dagger on his way back home.
Just to send him all the way back here. And now, yeah, Collapse. So we talked a lot about Collapse and his hero pool. And, of course, you've heard a lot, I'm sure, about the Mars. You've heard a lot about this Magnus that's looked pretty good. But the other hero that he has played a ton of games on professionally is the Axe. Not a hero that's been very big at this TI, though.
No, but can often make those huge plays if you can get the opening. The panel did talk a lot about how maybe there's going to be some overlapping things going on with Mira and the Axe, both trying to find that big jump.
That Seb guy? Oh,
yeah.
That's that guy!
Yeah, that's the one.
The Axe, wow.
Yeah, I remember now.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
But we'll see how it goes here in this one. As you can see already, the chase down Faithion taking a little bit of a beating here on this Magnus. Xingqiu moves into position, though. And at least for the moment, you can see that Spectre taking a little bit of heat early. No. Not able to get all those last hits yet. Collapse also trying to go toe-to-toe with Ame in the bottom lane on that Luna.
Yeah, there's a reason that statistically Undying has almost always been one of the absolute best heroes versus the Spectre. Whenever you're just talking about like just raw data in terms of games played, and that's because like you get some pressure in lane sometimes if you get this sort of a matchup. That's always nice, right? Spectre likes to be left alone. But more importantly, when you get into the mid game with the Tombstone drop down, you actually get all these zombies popping up, right? And it really ruins the team fight for the Spectre, especially when you're trying to deal some damage there with the Desolate.
You can see a bit of a rundown again as Toro playing as far forward as he can, but has to be very wary of those skewer backs that we've seen time and again is why we'll get a little bit of a chase onto Mira. The Lucid even dead. Why just takes him down?
Collapse just can't do anything. Just
no.
Like, sorry, you know, I'm just going for some creeps here. It does have 20 last hits compared to the 9 of Ame, so you know, that's a sacrifice that you're willing to make.
He's hitting pretty hard. Hardly the Ring of Health done. Obviously came there with that Quelling Blade and a lot of armor. Collapse having a good one on the axe and the laning stage. This is what they need.
That is actually a really interesting one too, right? Actually going for this this Vanguard, because you know a lot of heroes they're going for the helm. They're building into something else based off of the helm, the Iron Will. But Collapse able to go for this cheaper Vanguard, but for axe, that's an item that can actually accelerate your farm quite a bit with the Ancients.
Why? Get chased a little bit there, but will back out afterwards. And you can see at least now the very slight lead that we're seeing into the favor of LGD. Nothing really to write home about. Both the mids doing fine. We haven't really seen either that many stacks on the Ancients. None done up yet. As some good damage there out on the Bane. Gonna chase down Lucid Beam. Will it be enough? I don't think so. Why? Oh, maybe it will. All right, the rotation comes in. And they will be able to keep their Bane alive.
Yeah, he was buying out there. He wasn't sure he was going to live, so he's going to run all the way home. But there are the stacks that you were just mentioning. A double done there by Miposhka in the Dire jungle. So something for this Templar Assassin to fall back to. They want to stack her up nice and early. When you're trying to play around this Templar Assassin, you can stack your Ancients, you can stack all of your neutrals across the map, and she can cleave through them very, very quickly. Trying to align these earlier items like the Blink or the Deso, maybe a Falcon Blade in these times right now. So they need to enable her to get this game online.
Yeah, and of course, then if you're LGD, you're going to look to try and go in there and invade those stacks and get some damage dealt. But already, a Torrent combo comes out. Y makes that move towards the mid lane that he always does. And just trying to burn through the refraction instances and make Toronto Tokyo a little bit less comfortable.
Yeah, not a matchup we see all too often, honestly, with the Kunk and the Templar, but you do have that interaction, as you're mentioning, where you can get multiple instances of damage from the Torrent, so burning through that, and, well, Toronto Tokyo, I'm going to come take a look here and say, oh, yeah, nicely done. I think I'll stack this up one more time.
And Mira also stacks all across the map.
And what I really like, too, is this defensive ward that they have right next to that stack they're doing, because you often see this ward used like Waking, when you're talking about like Roche and everything, you're trying to cover that, but a lot of teams are coming in contesting neutral stacks right now. So the themes of this tournament is on top of that. That's another good theme.
Toro, is he going to live, though? With the Cold Embrace, they don't feel confident going for him.
On the level 6 rotation from the Kunkka. Very disappointing to not get the kill. And they can't even really follow up the tower pressure, but on the other side of the map.
Collapse. Going to take some damage there. Creeps run off of him. And with a couple quick hits, will they have another Lucid Beam for the finish? Keeping him very tight. That goes away for the spin. Has to be careful on why. There's the Fairy Fire living, but the Brain Sap. Enough to finish him.
I can tell you, this guy must not have got very many Crimson Witnesses, because he is not lucky.
No. Not enough spins there for the axe, and a good usage of the Nightmare to take those creeps off to stop the potential counterplay.
Well, they get their kill in the bottom lane, but the missed gank on the Spectre gave so much free time to Toronto Tokyo, as again, another stack. And well, if you don't go for that kill, the other option for the Kunkka is moving through that jungle, doing that rotation, checking out the stack, seeing what's there, maybe stealing a couple, of course. And, yeah, well, surely make his way over there. And I'm just going to say, I think we'd like to maybe get an eye on these ones at the very least. We'll block for future stacks, but can they even come and contest this?
I mean, there's already a lot of gold built into that. That's going to be such a big injection. And the thing about the TA is you just take it so quickly, and maybe if they pair together with Collapse, already having that Vanguard done.
Yeah, it's a tough call too, right? Like, because if you want to move in there, let's say, SPSG, LGD, oh good, we have time to think about it at the very least. You have the night vision bonus.
Right.
That's there, right? Of course, that's going to be expiring soon. You got 2.5 minutes to work with. You're not going to have any Eclipse early, though, because, you know, you're obviously stacking into the Lunar Blessing, you're getting yourselves your Glaives, but you also have Undying, you have Kunkka. I would say it's very tempting for them to come and contest this, and at least, like, try and mess with them to try and get some of the XP.
Well, they're going to drop the bar already. Mira a little bit off the mark with a stun, but will eventually, well, go down. Yes. Xingqiu finds the kill, but this is again buying that space for Toronto Tokyo, and this is Envision.
Soul Rip 2 secure here, and Xingqiu's like, I'm getting over there. You know, I want to steal some of this. Gonna find a stacked up neutral camp there too.
This is just all they're focused on. And
he has tombstone in 3 seconds.
Why? Are they really going to go for this?
I mean, a lot of them are really low. This is pretty. I say do it. Yeah.
He goes for it. Getting a couple already.
Getting the fair stringer for the team. The 2 supports. There's an Axe and a Templar Assassin.
Oh my God, they're just going to get him.
There's another lights.
I mean, this is huge. You're also already up 3,000 net worth right now on LGD, but they see these taken, and
all right, he got a lot of them though. Now, can you get out? That's the question.
I mean, at least one of these heroes is going to die. Xingqiu chased on. Surely, at least one of them goes down, but maybe not. Toro pops out that haunt. The chase down here is there as well. Cold Embrace, the back away. They used haunt for this, and I don't know if they're getting anybody.
Is there anything more classic than LGD and they're undying their phase boots though?
Oh man. And they clean out that hard camp also. LGD are all over this. They take down the Undying, but lose out on a bunch of other net worth.
They force so many heroes to respond. Look at the top lane. The Helm of the Dominator, Faith Beyond. He's taking a tower.
This is clean stuff. LGD, they found their mojo. This is what they needed.
That is a large lead. 4K right now at 9 minutes. Like, oh, yeah, and look where it is. I mean, it's just all stacked on the cores right now for PSG LGD.
Poshka scouting out. Y off to the side. Toro, there
he's
hunting. He's looking for it. They move over. Faith Beyond's here as well. And with this Helm of the Dominator creep, it should be enough. And also coming in to contest this, nothing to say. Well, taking away the jungle.
It's so cheap, right? It's just a nightmare into a torrent. They're threatening the whole time. We've got RP. We've got boat. You don't want to come contest this. They're going to have Fiend's Grip pretty soon here as well for Y. As he goes for a real deep ward. That was pinged though. All right, yeah, they have an idea that's there.
That ward is going to scout it out.
Yeah, good thing that was there. So those very deep wards on the earlier end will be instantly TP'd to by Makoshka, and just give him that. I don't think so.
Yeah, see, this is the LGD we expected to see. Up 5,000 net worth right now at 10 minutes in. Money changes hands. What a turnaround that they've been able to have. As this series was looking dire straits for them after the first 2 games, but now coming into this game number 4, everything's going their way.
And well, in the past, what has turned these games around for Team Spirit, it's been Collapse. You know, showing up, making the plays, but he's got some time. Wants to get that Blink Dagger down on the Axe first. In the meantime, there are a lot of heroes coming to his mid tower.
Oh my God, they're bringing numbers. Everybody's here. Poshka, level 5 on that Wyvern. Going to try and throw out these Splinter Blasts and slow things down as much as possible, but that tier 1 tower is already dead.
Yeah, they're just holding the Tombstone. Again, such a great job of just like not expending anything, right? They're just threatening. They're just holding all this strength.
And Collapse, they caught him again. The Nightmare's there. Do they have enough for the kill, though?
Oh, yeah.
They are going to chase him down. Wait for it. Fiend's Grip afterwards. Easy as pie. They take him down. This is a stomping we got right here. Toro is going to need to play his heart out right now.
He is so far behind on it.
It's insane.
He's almost getting doubled up on right now.
Like, the Undying is almost caught up to him in terms of net worth with that Tombstone dropping in the Ancient Steel. Such an impressive performance for them in Team Spirit. They just really don't have an answer right now.
It felt like they got lost halfway through the draft, and they still haven't found their way.
Well, and you think about that draft, right? They burned through so much of that reserve time early on. And in the end, we're left trying to find a perfect hero, and so far the TA hasn't been able to do it for him.
Part of that is just that it's such a one-dimensional plan that not only can you like prepare during the draft as what to do, but in the actual game, like they were so quick to come in and ward up these Ancients. Sure, they missed out on some of the plays in the top of some of those neutrals, but the contest in there, the space made for Faith Beyond to get absolutely massive. No one is even contesting Ame at all, just freeform throughout the jungle. And this has to be like the biggest Axe Blink reveal and Deso reveal on a TA of all time.
Yes. They've got to get a ton here on Team Spirit. Of course, that also means that LGD need to be the ones that run into them to allow for that fight to happen. Not an easy ask, but again, you've got some big combos here, right? You've got that Winner's Curse into a big call afterwards, Lion Stun. Combo is there if they can find it.
The fights are so hard though.
for him right at the start. The boat's going to come out. And now the slowdown. Mira in some trouble. Collapse back behind the tower. Also getting ran down by nothing to say. He needs to TP out of here.
He bought his blink.
Yeah,
no one else died.
As long as they're able to get away, that should be good enough for them. So they get the kill. Fabian finds it, but also on the other side, Y kills off Mira. 8-1 to start this game.
Yeah, throws down a ward to secure the kill. Mira, of course, instantly noticing that, but I think Y's going to call it worth just to make the tower easy to take. But Postcard was thinking about leaving himself in behind there and maybe finding a winner's curse if they want to actually contest for the tower, but I think the call's been made from the rest of Team Spirit that they're just not ready for that yet.
Yeah, they need those items. Need to hit that timing.
7-kill lead, 7,000 gold lead, and Ame's still hitting greens.
I mean, he's just doing what he needs to in this one. Taking a look already at that win probability, they're heavily into the favor of LGD.
Put that away. Come on. We got a game going here.
My goodness gracious. The Nightmare is down. Poshka going to trade it over onto him. They have this blink. Want to reveal, but the only people down here are supports, and that's not big enough. Ward also covering it all. But maybe now Team Spirit can at least try and pressure and get this tower and get some momentum going for themselves, because if they don't get something going soon, this game is going to go completely off the rails.
I mean, you can already see them struggling here, though, right? Like, they're bringing everyone down here. They're looking for that fight.
Yeah.
Everything that they need. It has to be perfectly layered. The call, the curse, trying to find the sight lines for the Templar Assassin.
Oh, and Toro caught. Phoenix is there, and no help nearby at all. They're going to kill off that Spectre.
I love Zincu doing that, just dropping the tombstone. It's just such an important kill for them that they're willing to throw at everything that they have right there.
And immediately afterwards, they're thinking about going to Roche. I mean, why not at this point?
They could Roche, they could start pressuring that tier 2 top, but the tier 2 top is a lot riskier, right? You're going to have this attempted call from the Axe. Also, they actually don't have great vision right now onto that high ground, so theoretically, if there was something there from Team Spirit, maybe they'd have a chance, but perhaps they just have the really good read that they are all on the bottom lane right now, waiting for them to come back on the tower. And it's taken so fast.
So Roche going to be claimed. And again, Team Spirit needing to find an answer as LGD want to try and close this one out.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Put themselves in a dominant position. And already Y is going to head up here, try and get down to deep ward. We'll see if that one bears any fruit, as LGD will retreat back, get their next set of items, and then be ready to go.
Very reminiscent of Game 2. Now, mind you, it happened a lot later in the game, but essentially we got to the point where Team Spirit were the ones just running around with this Luna and looking like, you know, what are you going to do as LGD? You have to wait for this perfect moment to find your fight. Team Spirit now find themselves in that situation. And one thing that they obviously recognized when they played that Luna strat was just stay together. Don't let the pickoffs happen. Can they find a pickoff right here? No. Look how safe Nothing to Say is playing there with the X.
Zincu might be the one that gets found. The jump forward call, it's off the mark. And instead, he just heads off to the side. There's the root. Collapse has to back out of here. I mean, there's more people coming nearby. Toronto, Tokyo gets skewered back. He's caught alone. But the Winners trying to do this. Boat afterwards finishes off that TA, but it's not enough. It's not nearly enough. And if they're not careful, they might lose more. The chase forward hacks Mira. Xbox the slot as they pull the Lion back and find another kill. LGD, no mercy.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It is looking rough for Team Spirit.
Is that a Spirit Breaker in that draft?
Yeah, I don't know.
Because something happened.
Dire's top tower
they turned up on PSG LGD.
Dire's middle tower
They were not going to go out like that.
Well, it's looking like a completely different series at this point. I mean, Team Spirit, you know, the fun leveling, we're just having a good time. Good times might have come to an end right now, at least in this game, and you know, it gets to the point where as the game continues, you just wonder, like, how much is this impacting the looking like potential Game 5?
Potentially. I mean, again, you never count this out. We've seen teams come back from more than this against LGD.
Yeah, that's true.
TI. But can they do it again here? Spectre, so often that late game answer, and they just need to find a good fight on Team Spirit to pull this one back. The question is, will LGD give it to them? Underneath the ward, this could be the way it starts.
They've played so ridiculously clean this game, though. They're not offering up anything over to Team Spirit. Now, they do have some good vision down in that bottom jungle. If there was ever a chance to go for something, it's probably towards that part of the map right now. But Faith Beyond not acting like it, you know? Sitting directly on a trap, and they still can't go.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard to really fight into this. Oh, Toronto Tokyo skewer. Oh, and pulls him back in. They'll find the TA, wants to get out of here, blink away. Oh, just like that, Toronto Tokyo able to get a little bit of separation, but they still have that night vision. It's Pantheon with the chase down. They got him there to the side. Nobody coming to help the TA. Toronto Tokyo falls again. 12 kills, 12k gold lead. LGD, keep up that momentum.
Team Spirit are waiting for the Aghanims on this Spectre. That is going to be their go play.
He just gets caught again.
Until then, it's just throwing out heroes. You know, take me. Try and slow down this tower push.
How close are we now to that Aghanim Scepter? It's what, 50 gold away for this Spectre? Again,
I mean, it's been a fantastic item, but as you heard Seb and No-Tail say, the damage is lacking.
Oh, man.
And they needed that early lead to actually provide some damage. They needed the items on Team Spirit. They don't have the items.
Right. Well, and it's such a good answer here, right? With that Undying being able to sit right up front there with the Tombstone, and then Luna can hit the tower, because the way that Team Spirit win the fight is like when chaos happens and you get a giant curse or something, and they're just not being presented that opportunity.
Although, if there's one hero that's very good at breaking formations, it is Spectre, right? The Haunt comes out, there's question marks everywhere, you're not sure where the real one is, and then it's providing vision to the rest of Team Spirit, and then you find the jump. And Axe, a hero that, with the blend mill, can turn some of your advantage into a disadvantage.
Looking for something here. It's just a shadow step to start. Now the call. Afterwards, they have Haunt starting to put something down a little bit low. Just 30 seconds left, and now they're leaving him alone for the moment. Turning on to the other supports. Collapse going to TP out, but it's not going to happen. Collapse will go down, and that fight doesn't work. Toronto Tokyo pull back in, refraction gone, and now the chase down happens yet again. Mira hoping to tell me this, but it's not going to happen. One by one, all of Spirit go by the wayside,
and that was going into a fight with 30 seconds left on the Aegis too.
Oh,
so just like, even if you get some of those kills, the reset potential there from LGD. But Team Spirit, you know, they felt the situation that they had to find some sort of fight to be outside their base. It's not a good one though.
And they used the winner's curse in that last fight. Yeah, that is really painful. Maybe if there's an opportunity right here, but jump in! The Turbulence Toy, are you kidding me? Pantheon able to make the play happen. And now focusing down the barracks at 20 minutes. 17-1.
I mean, Collapse is smoked up here, but I don't even know if there's a play. Obviously, you have to wait till the Templar Assassin's back.
They're hoping for something, anything at this point.
They just got mana for Shadow Step.
There's a chance, there's a hope, but will it actually come to fruition? I am not sure. Team Spirit just do not have an answer at all.
They pop drums, jump them, Collapse.
Oh my goodness. They just have to give it up. There's no other answer. There's still a tier 1 down bottom at the very least, but I mean, at this point, LCD can turn on the tier 4s maybe.
I love how this team plays Undying. The 5, the 4. Not a lot of teams really bring this hero out, but you know, you get this movement speed, so you can get the ulti off the Flesh Golem, you're just getting the debuff down, having the drums to like benefit this early sieging ability that they have, as well as the Solar Crest too. So, you know, so many teams looking for these saving heroes and empowering heroes on like the one big carry, and Undying just looking like a perfect answer when you also have the Spectre in the game.
And I just think, again, like, what a redemption arc this has been for Ame to be able to pull this back on that Spectre in Game 3 and now in Game 4 on the Luna, playing incredibly clean Dota. Constantly 4-0-7.
Yeah. Does not want to repeat history here.
Oh god, did I cast a curse him? Oh no. Oh no. Surely it won't happen.
21k lead in 21 minutes. I don't think you have that much power.
I don't think anybody does. We'll see though.
Hold on, let me check Kyle's Twitter.
Yeah.
Just make sure.
Mira gets the Hex off, but they call Collapse. Mira's gonna try and TP out of here. Does manage to escape, but the axe is down. Toronto Tokyo, cancels TP? Okay.
I mean, where are you gonna go?
I mean, I guess that,
There's, you know, they got some towers go there, you're not gonna do anything, might as well try and catch the next wave.
That's true. Fair enough.
Now where do you go is a bit of a question.
I mean, you just be dead if you're not careful. Toronto Tokyo, gotta be careful there.
Stand perfect. Oh, I know this one from my pubs. Yeah. Gotta keep the GPM up, you know?
Mean Lane, they got him. Toro forced to jump away from this one, but nothing to say. Still got him in the sights. Able to throw out that Earth Spike, but they're hunting for more.
Beyond's coming.
Oh, good blink away by Mira, and Toro able to get the TP out, but Mira, the one that's going to pay for the sins, will end up falling there to Xingqiu, and now they're heading up again.
Beyond has had this troll for so long. I feel like he wants to end the game with it, you know, like reward it for its servitude.
Well, this might just be the time. I mean,
send them in.
Roche is capable of respawning, but they're looking to just try and end this right now. No magnets to pull him back into the fountain. There's the jump to start it.
This has to be the jump, right?
Maposhka behind. He's got Winner's Curse waiting for an opportunity, but can they get an opening?
There's no TA for 10 seconds. That might be an issue.
It's dangerous. Yeah, they don't quite have enough. And TA, without a quick way to get in there,
Radiant's bottom tower
they'll have to let it go for the moment. But Maposhka, they still got a ward here. And now they don't.
Collapse has been smoked for so long.
They just can't find an opening. LGD, just this impenetrable wall that doesn't break formation.
Yeah, they just keep popping them, but they can't find their fight. They might even be running low at this point.
19-1. So now, with Roche respawned, LGD dotting their I's and crossing their T's, and looking to close this one out with a shard in tow.
This is an emphatic victory at this point. Yeah. This is not the way you want to go into a Game 5 from Team Spirit. It's one thing to just like have a loss and sort of be like, okay, well, you know, we couldn't close it out in 3, but that's cool. We're going to do it 4.
Right. It seemed a long time ago.
They seem like a very long time ago at this point.
Faith Beyond pulls back there. He will Scepter afterwards, but nobody's close enough to turn that into a fight. Another Shadow Step used just to slow down Faith Beyond from going in for another round of this.
Toronto Tokyo's just drawing on the map down there. Throwing every trap possible to hold on that one tier 2, right? Force them to go for the throne.
And they're going to do it. Walks right on in.
Happy to oblige.
Ame, he's ready. He wants to not relive the ghosts of the past. He wants to close this game 4 out here in style. And so far, he is doing it. On the ancient haunt out afterwards. Where's the fight? I'm not seeing it. Going deathless so far. They turn now into Y. Just grips it aside. Catch on to collapse. Y's not dying. Nobody's dying. They only fall again as GG is called 23-3. A statement from LGD.
Did he get a voice call?
It didn't happen. It was just too good.
Game, that was crazy. They never came online, quite frankly. Like this lineup was not allowed to operate in any facet whatsoever for Team.
play. Is it that simple? It could.
But if Kunkka is owning and if Skylar's having a good game, they can make so much happen together.
And for the Team Spirit side, do you think there's anyone who can sort of stop that onslaught early?
Ember. Everybody's looking at Ember for this match. Yeah,
it has to be the Ember.
And now we're going into the final game of TI10. But before we go into the game, we'll be coming to Sydney with Team Spirit's coach Silent.
Transcends expectation.
Prepare for battle.
Thank you very much, Sumi. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the deciding Game 5 here at the TI10 Grand Finals. Team Spirit against PSG LGD. I'm Odie Pixel, joined, of course, once again by the fabulous Insania.
30 seconds to
What have we got in front of us here? What have we got in store for us this game, Aiden?
Man, what a crazy game. I think the last game was very, very much in LGD's favor straight from the draft. I think this is really even, and I completely agree with what Seb had to say, where I think both teams have different things going for themselves. I think if this game does scale up, if it goes very slowly, if the 20-minute timing from the Tiny isn't abused, then LGD's draft is going to just lack in power as the game scales up. I'm a little bit worried about how much the impact the Sky, Kunkka, Enchantress combo can have together around the map, and how well Team Spirit will be able to shut it down. I think runes, just like Silent said, luck, you know? And I don't think he was joking. Luck really does matter. If they get those power runes, it's going to be huge for them.
What's up? I mean, we saw as well from Spirit the sort of the very carefree attitude it worked out at the start of this series. I've been asked before the first game how the preparation was. Silent said, well, we didn't get to do much at all. We're just turning up to play and have a bit of fun. That fun certainly looked to be effective in Game 1 and Game 2, but Game 3 and Game 4, as we've just seen, PSG LGD, they have stepped it up. They've hit back hard, and now is the time to see if they can continue on the road to the reverse sweep, or Team Spirit can find that magic that was getting them through the first 2 games of the series.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is going to be a battle of the mid laners come after laning phase. I think the laning phase is probably going to be fairly even. Both heroes will farm fairly well, but that 6-minute rune, and I think whoever gets that 6-minute rune actually has a massive edge in this game, because they're going to get to decide what happens, and the other team has to respond.
Absolutely. We've seen the importance of those timings, those power runes already many times in the series, many times in the tournament itself. Both teams will fully be aware of this, and we'll see a lot of focus around that first spawn. Looking at the side lanes here, getting into the action. Who's having the rough time here in the early game?
I actually think most lanes are just going to be fairly farmy. The top side of the map, I think, is probably where you're going to see the most kind of action. There's a little bit of threat from the Tiny Edge to potentially make some sort of kill move, but I really think it's right now, you know, you want to get as much farm as you can out of the lanes before the supports have to rotate out. So I expect all 6 cores of this game to have a fairly decent start.
Alright, well, we'll see if there's going to be any slip-ups in the laning stage.
Yeah, it's very even so far.
Mid lane, 11 for 1 against the 8 for 0. Of course, Toronto Tokyo taking quite the hit from the Tidebringers, and nothing to say. Bottom lane, Xinkyu. It's a little low here, but into the trees he goes. A TP away just in time before Yatoro is able to hunt him down.
Yep, so the Metamorphosis has been popped, but they have link control up top, and the advantage of having link control is that TB can't really run you down with his ranged attack the way he wants to, so not the ideal position for this meta to be used. If you're able to use it right outside of your own tier 1 tower, you can kind of zone out any other hero to come into the lane, but Faithion's doing just fine during this meta.
Poshka trying his best to get Xinkyu away from his Terrorblade, keep that area safe for Yatoro.
Yeah, nothing to say is doing very well mid. I'm a little bit surprised at this. He's almost a full creep wave ahead.
I'll see the courier taken out up top. Mira continuing to trade as best they can here with White.
Yeah, doing a good job making sure this top hard camp is blocked. Oh,
I'm going to try to move up. I mean, Collapse has hit the level 3. See if he's got enough lockdown and damage to take this. Kill him. Yes, he does. At the same time in the mid lane, Toronto Tokyo. Very low there. Has to get out of the range of a potential tiebreaker. He will, but there we have it. First blood up top. A good quick read from Spirit there as soon as they knew that they had the setup and the level 3 on Magnus.
Yeah, this mid lane is going excellently for nothing to say. Toronto Tokyo here has a hard choice of do I go for the bounty rune or do I stay in the lane and try to farm. Ooh, nice sleight of fist. Apologies on the front. But yeah, overall, I think very stable lanes all around. TB liking about even. Mid lane is really the only outstanding lane so far to me.
Well, we know how scary Nothing to Say can get when he has a start like this. The setups that he'll be able to offer to the team, they're going to be huge, and a fair bit of damage to follow up each and every time that Nothing to Say gets a catch.
Yeah, and LGD really on top of refilling the bottle, right? You see, Toronto Tokyo's not quite getting the same support mid, and that's because their heroes are forced to stay in their lanes right now. They can't really move their pieces on the map.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Already winning the lane, getting that free bottle refill. He's going to be able to steal the small camp away from Ember. This is huge. Nothing to Say is off to a great start in this Game 5 of the Grand Final.
Dire's middle tower
It's very hard for Toronto Tokyo to do too much about it. Of course, Kunkka early on of HP, he's not going to be too scared of being burnt down by the Ember at the early levels.
Yep, and up top you see, like, this is generally how the early game is developing in this Grand Final, where the Tiny gets the 1 versus 1 lane against the Mag, because there's no real kill threat. Neither side can really pressure each other too much, and the two supports are kind of battling out in the jungle. But here we go, Collapse is really far up into the lane. This could be a lot of pressure.
See Mirror. Back at his side though, in case Arme and White find the connection.
I feel like the one small edge PSG LGD has had in this Grand Final is they're able to keep their safe lane really close to their tower constantly. They're not losing lane control on their safe lane. And it's allowing for them to have very good creep equilibrium, and that then in return makes Collapse forced to play much safer.
Oh, see Mirror. Not quite able to close the gap on the courier. Has left Collapse rather on his own. Nice little circle around the tree line will keep Collapse away from the two of them.
He's actually a player that very often manages to get these jukes where he kind of takes a route that people don't expect him to and gets out of these tricky situations. Wonder if he can get out now though. Wise on top of him. He has a slow.
It's a fair bit of damage. Does still have the skewer for a follow-up impetus, or the combo of Arme can close in on him.
Yep, Faith Beyond getting initiated on bottom. Flies used, Meta's used, but immediate TP out. Again, great presence of mind. You can tell why these players are in the Grand Finals. They're not giving anything away for free. It's not like neither team is attempting to make moves. It's just both teams are really on top of it, as mid.
The setup here with the combo. Nice dodge. Flies onto the side here, Toronto Tokyo. In fact, over in the triangle, they are able to catch out. Oh, in fact, well, he did deny the bounty ring, but it will cost him his life. Coming over for that one there, as Team Spirit were prepared for that move.
Yeah, and Toronto Tokyo picks up the illusion rune there. So a little bit of miscoordination there. I think if you time that Ancient Seal a bit better, generally speaking, you know, you're going to use the X into Torrent. If you get the silence after the Torrent goes off, then the potential to get the boat in is there. And I think if they did the combo that way, they might have gotten the kill. But of course, the fear of Ember potentially dodging the Torrent with a slide forced them to use it too early.
Yeah, now they've sort of shown their hand mid. Semi-options to make that play again. Top lane. The Nightmare set up onto Arme. Collapse. It's got enough damage. Doesn't look like quite. The Shockwave will miss. I'm trying to chase down Arme, but the Shockwave and Skewer already expended. There's no further threat here against the Tiny. Arme is going to be fine.
That's good pressure though. They force them off of the lane. They finally have managed to get lane control up top, and immediately when they get it, they have the opportunity to pressure the Tiny. So force them off the wave, force them to go into the jungle, and he doesn't have any sustain, right? So he's going to have to spend gold on the next region.
There you go for him early on here with the three of them surrounding the Terrorblade Yatoro. He's trapped in the trees. The moves from the supports of PSG LGD start to come in. See the counterplay attempted. Set up with the Nightmare, but the TP's already coming over for Nothing to Say. He'll be ready to fight if Team Spirit push any further, and they won't. They'll respect the potential of a backup coming in for Arme. They step away to not be caught out by the combo of the Kunkka.
Yeah, Battle of the Power Rune now resumes. It's about 30 seconds left, so both teams probably talking about which supports can we bring to the runes, who can be there in time to help out. One haste, one DD, it can change the flow of the game entirely.
Toronto Tokyo also just sort of cutting away, maybe getting the momentum of the mid lane in such a state that he'll have that ability to check the room, but yeah, PSG LGD just fully on it.
ADD. It's a big rune. This allows you now to have the damage to potentially burst a hero that you wouldn't be able to otherwise. And bottom lane, Faithbeyond's really trying to pressure this tower. And now that he's forced out the Arctic burn from Imposhka, Imposhka has to be very safe. He can't really sit there and be as annoying anymore. And just continuously nuke the creeps.
Dire's top
Don't expect this bottom tower to start falling. Meanwhile, top, Anna's doing a great job of just defending.
He is. He's coming out of the way, holding off the pressure. Something that Team Spirit can't quite do themselves here down bottom. Faithbeyond.
So here, it's an important smoke here that LGD are doing. They recognize that Ami's going to sit at the tower. The Radiant team can't really defend their own bottom tower. So what are they going to do? They're going to mirror your play. They're going to go and attempt to take top lane tier 1 tower. So the smoke up here, it's a preemptive move in case Team Spirit tries to do something. But Spirit reads it perfectly. They are aware.
And making sure not to get caught out by these early moves as PSG LGD do start to slowly ramp up an early gold advantage. Now hitting the 1k lead, they'll be able to catch themselves. A lonely vein in the river, Mira.
Yeah, and Yatoro actually gives his position away. He used the reflection there, so now they know the Terrorblade's in the triangle. And you can look bottom, Faithbeyond has absolutely no fear. There's no hero that could gank him in any shape, way, or form. So he's off to a really, really good start. And when we talked about the draft coming into it, it's all about timings, right? So you want, ideally, for him to finish up his Helm of the Overlord and the Aghanim Scepter before 20 minutes. And if the game continues the way it is right now, it's highly likely to happen.
Double damage.
I'm a Spirit. I do want to try and put the pressure up top. Try and push Yame out of this top area of the map. It's in the mid lane for the catch, but again, Toronto Tokyo fully prepared.
Yep,
Spirit out the way.
Spirit are aware that the boat was used, and that means the top tower is very unlikely to be defended.
It's hard for them to get on top of Ame. Again, playing smart with the Avalanche, putting a stop to the combo, and now time's been bought for PSG LGD to come around. Yatoro immediately out with the TP. Doesn't want to be around here anymore. Mira will get found in the trees, though. Another death there on the vein as PSG LGD continue to fight back against Spirit's attempts to get something done whilst the pushes are coming in elsewhere from PSG LGD there. Definitely getting a little bit more done in this first 10 minutes.
Yep, they absolutely are. And Purge Creep here on the Lycan. This allows you to take away the level 4 Flame Guard from the Ember, which is his major fighting tool right now in the early game. So that gets purged, immediately has to back off. This tower's gone.
Look at this timing here, 10 minutes, the second tier 1 tower. They're playing it fast, PSG LGD.
Yeah, LGD have the entire map to play with right now. They're controlling the entire... It's basically wherever they want to go, wherever they want to kill, is an option for them. And Team Spirit, they just have to try to play this map split game where they're dragging the PSG LGD heroes around and trying to get Yatoro to farm safely behind everybody else.
We're not going to see what the space that Collapse has got. He's going to have a good timing here on the Blink Dagger. I mean, how proactive do you expect to see them be here with this Blink pickup? Is it an immediate smoke and an attempt for a kill?
I think very likely they're going to try to make some counter move, where they try to set up a play where they expect LGD to do something, and they know where their heroes are going to be, and then they're set up ready to take that fight. I don't really expect them to make some aggressive smoke, most likely around some enemy tower, or in order to defend one of their own.
See, just this constant micro here.
Oh my god, Faithbeyond's being so annoying. Toronto Tokyo's trying to farm jungle with his Flame Guard, but he's just purging it off every single time.
And he's taking all the camps himself, Faithbeyond here with the wolves.
Yeah, and it's a tough position to be in if you're Team Spirit. You've really drafted this very late game heavy draft. You know it's going to take a long time for you to come online. I think if you see a team like OG play December Spirit, he probably would have gone for more of a slight chain build and try to make moves, try to set up tempo, and try to break up the pace of the game. But Toronto Tokyo opted to go for the more farm heavy route. So their draft is going to come online much later than PSG LGD's, and that's why they're allowed to dominate the early game the way they have been.
Nothing to say. He wants to set up in the mid. Arcane Rune in the bottle. Full armlet. On top of the phase. Very tanky Kunkka this early on, and a lot of damage to dish out.
Radiant are
and if we take a look at the vision game, which we've been talking about so much during this series, because it's just so important, you notice you have the scouting wolves from Faith Beyond, so there's extra 2 wards basically that are running around the map and providing vision for LGD. And then on top of that, The Team Spirit wards are so defensively placed. They're right outside of their own towers, protecting their triangle and protecting their tier 2 bottom tower. So it's not really giving them any information about what's going on in the game. They don't really see any heroes on these wards. Whilst LGD feel very comfortable moving around the map. So vision superiority definitely in favor of LGD. They understand what's going on the game right now much better than Team Spirit does. Team Spirit's playing exclusively off of game sense.
You can see the confidence from PSG LGD because of that vision control. Smoke ups, they swing through the triangle here of Team Spirit. See if Spirit gets caught out on the top. They don't. Yatora
sniffs it out. Yatora's so good at sniffing it out, I feel like.
Yeah, and he's made the call for Collapse to back off as well. They're both out of here.
Yeah, and this is purely a game sense read. This is him looking at the minimap, understanding what LGD is doing, and responding to it perfectly. There was no information of that play coming. Wonderfully done. There's a little bit of a play attempt set up in the bottom lane. But they just don't have the damage.
It's hard just with the two of them. Not a job for the supports alone.
But look at Toro. He's making his way over.
I mean, maybe indeed with the Terrorblade and the Metamorphosis they could get the damage done if they get a grip onto Arme. He is tanking though, 2.4 and 2400 HP. He's got the Echo Saber, the treads. See if they can do it. Nightmare setup. Instantly TPs are coming in. See if they can do the damage quick enough. Yatoro focusing down with the Metamorphosis and the illusions. They'll be able to take it. The kill off Arme. As Declare's coming in, but Yatoro is able to sidestep it. PSG LGD, can they get a grab in return? Nothing to say. Trying to charge in. See Mirror head into the trees, trying to distract them from the rest of them. But here comes the micro from White. Nice. He's able to lock down Maposhka here with a setup. Drop back into the combo. He'll try his best to break the combo. Nothing to say here with the curse thrown out Maposhka. But he will still end up going down. Still though, Spirit, they'll take that. They got in. They're able to take Arme off the map. Yatoro is able to continue to farm here with the benefit of Collapse and the Empower.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. But they did use both the Lightning Storm and the Boat. And if we think about how LGD wants to play this game, it's important for them to have their cooldowns to get big kills or get big moments. While Team Spirit are happy every time nothing's happening in the game, they feel like they're getting ahead. They feel like they're progressing their game. And that's exactly what's going on now, right? They know there's no Lycan form, there's no boat, there's no team fight that's going to happen in the next 2 minutes. And they're very happy about that.
Yeah, we're seeing as well Toronto Tokyo able to silently play his game here. He's been getting a lot of space. You see already with this time with the first time pick up the Yules, he's already rather hard for PSG LGD to catch. He's got the Javelin on his way towards the Maelstrom, so his game, his farm's certainly going to be picking up pretty soon here. Let's see if PSG LGD are able to find any more action to keep this lead going. Arme in the neighborhood, ready to brawl in the jungle of Spirit. Spirit give it to them, but so far in this game 5, Spirit, they've returned to sort of that fantastic ability to read the moves and just avoid any sort of engagement that is not preferable for them to be involved in.
Yeah, and I think when you're playing some sort of like Enchanted Skyron type draft, you want to be getting kills right now. You want to be punishing them. And if you take a look at the graphs, it's been about a 2 to 3k lead for most of the game. They're not really progressing on LGD's side. Yes, they're ahead, but they're not getting more ahead. And with their style of draft, you want to be getting more ahead as the game progresses. So it's looking like that 20-minute timing really is going to be everything for them.
Absolutely, especially now with the Shadow Blade done on Arme. I mean, he is ready to be an incredible killer at this stage, of course. The power of the Tiny, ready to rock and roll.
Yeah, I think the two supports from Team Spirit are going to be really, really important for this upcoming team fight, because if Bane is able to get a grip on the Tiny for long enough for TB to take good positioning and output damage, that might just be enough for them to win the game. If this Tiny goes down, PSG LGD's draft has nothing. It's all about Arme.
This time around, Mirror and Maposhka
is under attack.
Been collapsed by their side. Arme. He's just got himself Xingqiu behind him. Setting up with the Shadow Blade in preparation to clear out the wave. We'll see if Spirit hang around to try and hunt him down.
Yeah, Maposhka with the read. He does have a sentry. Oof. Looks like he might have ran up with that wave if Ahmed had just been slightly more patient. So if we take a look at items, you see the Winter Wyvern building the Blink. He understands one good curse, you know? It's all about getting the one good spell off. So having the positioning, staying back, and then blinking at the right moment, that's going to be what he's going for. And they're giving him space, right? They're letting him Maposhka sit down here to try to finish off the Blink. They understand how important this is.
Absolutely. It's going to be huge, these curses, against a lineup where you're running these 3 melee cores that want to be charging in at you. Absolutely possibilities for a huge turnaround Winter's Curse to come out in these team fights.
Yeah, there definitely is. And if you look at Yatoro, he's building up for that Eye of Skadi. He wants to be tanky enough to tank the damage and then potentially get a Sunder off. That's going to be the big game game for him. If he's able to stand his ground with Scotty and the Tiny initiates on anything but him, he might just be able to be tanky enough to stay alive. The one person who's really not getting any farm in this game right now is Collapse. He's kind of understood that, you know what, I'm just going to get my shard, and I'm going to be happy with that. If I can have it by 20 minutes, that's everything I need.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen before from Collapse how much he can get done with limited resources. This man's Magnus, certainly something to be feared. Something that got tripped up in the game, of course, where Jinkyu had the Rubik to deal with it. Something that isn't, of course, here this time round. So a bit more free of a game for Collapse to make his moves occur.
Yeah, I feel like both teams are just waiting for this 20 minutes. I mean, if the pacing keeps going like this, I mean, LGD is going to hit their timing, and then you really got to look at that team fight. The nice thing about having so much time right now is I expect Team Spirit to be really ready for that fight when it comes.
Is under attack.
But look at this. LGD are going to try to make a move right before it.
Yeah, here they go. Ancient Thunderhide leading the charge. Of course, we'll be spotted out here by Spirit. I'll know that there's likely going to be some action following it.
Great read from Spirit again. And look up top, Yatoro's just farming. 5 heroes committed down here for LGD, but Yatoro has the space that he wants.
They get a grab underneath the tier 2 tower. Jinkyu, nothing to say, they're going to try. Collapse is going to go with the RP just onto Jinkyu. Trip the scarab underneath the tower. Why is the wide in return? But Yatoro's ready to turn up the grips there. Then Claw, nothing to say underneath the tower. Yatoro's bit this arm for now though. Spider Fist comes out and they're looking to turn under, nothing to say, they get it. Jump forward the room, then he's looking for more. Trying to take it in with the chain. Onto the that's all. Why maybe lost your life, but not for long. And Shockwave claims the life of the Enchantress. The Spirit of Collapse will end up dying to the Thunderhide of Faith Beyond, but of course that will also get claimed by Yatoro, and more money for them on the defense. An aggressive dive underneath the tier 2 tower. But as we said, the turnaround, it's absolutely there. Yatoro is able to get involved, and PSG LGD, they get punished.
Beautifully done by Team Spirit. But keep in mind, RP was expended, Metamorphosis was expended, 20-minute timing coming up, and Roshan's available too. So, huge rune, Arcane rune for Ember. This could be a game-winning rune for him.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think it was once we see that Lycan form come up, expect them to make some kind of move. Actually, he's missing 1,000 gold for his charge, so probably not going to be able to use his timing. So great fight for Spirit all around. Like, proving that they can kill the Tiny is huge for them.
I mean, Poshka's maybe even already leading into more action. He's got the Winter's Curse at the ready. Both Toronto, Tokyo, and Collapse up here ready to play around him as well.
Faith Beyond's about 1,000 gold away from the Ags.
Collapse, he's got that one toss, he's got that setup. Quick catch and a drag back on to Jinkyu, gets him in reach of the rest of the team. They've got to watch out for these pickoffs. So something that Collapse was tearing them apart with earlier in the series.
Yep, and Collapse has recognized that, you know, the idea from LGD here is to silence him when he blinks into Horn Toss, so he can't get the Skewer back. Very similar to how the Rubik functioned in the last game, but this time around they're just going to try to use this silence from Skywrath. So what does he do? He goes for the Sky. Great game understanding from Collapse.
Straight to the pit now as well. Even just with the one member down, with no Sky, no Jinkyu, it's still enough that PSG LGD feel that they cannot take this fight. They're letting this go to Spirit.
I feel like the pacing of the game right now, it really does Team Spirit, and they expect LGD to make some kind of move to try to break it up. I think they can't just let them farm out this 5-minute Aegis. Expect something to happen before that. Oh, it's such a calm before the storm kind of moment, I feel like. You see Toronto Tokyo is just slowly farming up his items. I mean, this Ember Spirit's been a beast this event, and he's only 1,000 gold off of his own Aghanims, and then after that comes a shard, and then there's just Fire Remnants everywhere.
And he hasn't been caught yet this game. 1-0-3. Struggled to contain Toronto Tokyo in this early stage. He's also going to have that DD rune ready for the next fight. Level 18, he's going to hurt some of these heroes on the backline. They're not going to stand much of a chance at all. Jinkyu and why? They better be pretty scared. Toronto Tokyo making the jump in on them.
Yeah, the positioning of the supports, it's really, I think, the story of this game, because both front lines are so tanky. I don't really think they're going to go down without the assistance of the supports from both sides. So Miposhka and Mira going up against Y and Xingqiu. They both have very, very tough positions to be in. You're going to have Ember remnanting into your backline, chasing the Skywrath, chasing the Enchantress. And at the same time, if Tiny gets on top of you, you're just dead. If he gets eyes on you, you're gone.
And here's that time. So they've got the Axe ready on Faith Beyond. Ready to make the move here, as you say. They don't want to be held back by the idea that Yatoro's got an Aegis. They want to fight regardless into it.
Are scanning.
Yeah, they understand. If we wait too long, then Yatoro's going to be too strong. And here we go.
Here we go, Arme.
Oh, they see him.
Set up for success here. Towards Yatoro. And Poshka trying to Tokyo and Collapse setting up across the cliff side as well. Will be the first to get poked upon. See how Team Spirit want to tackle this.
There's a DD on
looking for Optus Collapse. He's in, instantly caught up by the Ancient Seal, so no skew and a follow. Why?
Chains, back up.
Bathed in searing heat.
Is there anything they can do to save their Enchantress? I mean, does Wyatt need saving at all? He's going to need to. But Nightmare holds him back.
Yeah, full form both used on Langan as well as Tiny. So this means full reset. Now Team Spirit are in control of the pace. They get to decide what happens in this game.
Yeah, they could push Aegis, Metamorphosis, ready for use here. Tier 2s could be on the table for Team Spirit.
Looking for some kind of pick-off. They know LGD can't fight back if they get on top of the heroes right now.
They've got their eyes on mid. Yatoro's starting to rack up the gold again after the Skadi. 2,800. It's got that butterfly queued up, knows that they're not going to be wanting to pick up any sort of true strike anytime soon here on the heroes of PSG LGD. The evasion would be huge.
I wonder if it's enough though. I like the idea of the Satanic more. Yeah, he's going for the Satanic. I really like this, because if he can survive the Tiny combo, if he can get through it, you can purge off the silence from the Skywrath, you can get one hit off and then Sunder.
Yeah, the Dispel's beautiful.
I mean, if you're a Team Spirit fan, you're very happy with the pacing of this game. You saw LGD being unable to use their first timing of the game to really do anything. So if this keeps happening like 2, 3 more times, then you're in the late game, and Team Spirit geared up to take that late game.
The rune of
ready with the setup
invisibility.
top. Like Toronto, Tokyo, Invis rune. Ready to go. See if he can get a surprise jump onto PSG LGD. Why? It's the closest right now. It's just the two supports playing up here, really. Putting themselves in the most dangerous position whilst the cores are able to farm on the safer side of the map.
I think Team Spirit are going to look for some sort of smoke for this bottom triangle ward. This is a ward that they usually fight around when they have it, so let's see what they do. It looks like they're moving over. Gem on Miposhka. They understand the importance of the vision this game. And there's no Tombstone this time, right? They don't have that kind of teamfight vision tool on Team Spirit as they did, or sorry, on LGD as they did in the previous 2 games. Now they're relying on the wolves. So having the gem secures you that there's no wolves on top of you. They don't see where you're moving. They don't know what's going on. So great item pickup by Miposhka, understanding the importance of it. It's a tense game.
I mean, you know the Team Spirit's got the solid jump, but PSG, they've got the hard hit. If they can get it. With the tiny ball, we're going to see Collapse come in. He's in with the horn toss, he's going to look to separate. Nothing to say for the rest of the team. Feed script as well, locking down the Kunkka. They get a quick grab, nothing to say, out for a minute.
10 seconds on the Aegis, and once again the wolf forms are used, but Ahmed's deciding to retreat. They don't see the opening they want. There's no buyback on the Kunkka.
Yeah, it's hard to fight with one of their most farmed cores right now in the game. They need them all up, really, to tackle Team Spirit head on. Bit of timing left on the Metamorphosis, so Team Spirit, they can push on. 26 minutes in, starting to take down this tier 2 tower.
Up top, quick fingers. Jumped away from the stun of the Tiny.
Radiant's top
the fortification is soon to be coming on edge. You see Spirit, they're happy to go for the dives behind the tower. Toronto Tokyo is in, and he's found himself Xingqiu.
Great recognition there. You know, Tiny initiates on you top. What does that mean? That means there's no heroes mid to fight. Immediately dives in. Wherever the Tiny is not, Team Spirit have massive freedom to make moves.
Dire's middle
the Tiny, it's really all about this Tiny, and 2 last full forms have not gone PSG LGD's way. In fact, the game is slowly swinging into Team Spirit's favor, and they're kind of getting past that impossible timing of fighting this Tiny.
Oh, Collapse! He's gone over ground! He's gone!
Yeah, if you're PSG LGD right now, you really got to try to find a way to catch Team Spirit off guard. But they have the gem.
Honestly,
they're setting up their vision smartly. They're playing around where they can see the dire heroes. If you look at the minimap, look at where they're positioned. Bottom side of the map, 2 hill wards here to cover any sort of entrance that LGD try to make. So they're always aware of what's going on. Very smart positioning on the map here. Team Spirit recognize that as long as we just delay the game, we don't feed, we don't give away anything for free, we're in a good position. Yatoro will carry us.
Never refuse gold given.
It's alright. In position now to maybe push down a threat at another tier 2 tower. We'll see the setup looking for Toronto Tokyo, but again, senses something's up and they don't get that catch.
Toro now beating on the bottom tier 2 tower, doesn't get any sort of response. Means now they expect most of the LGD heroes to be on the top side of the map.
Dire's bottom tower.
I mean, they've got Metamorphosis up in 10 seconds. Can they start to poke the high ground, or is how aggressive do you want to get with these pushes?
It's a scary decision to make. I don't envy carry players that have to make this decision at this position of the game. But
are they going to make the call to commit? Metamorphosis is up for Yatoro.
Bottom tower is under attack.
How hard does he want to push it into the base of PSG LGD? Doesn't look like they want to.
I think the idea here is to try to force the LGD heroes back into the base, so that they then can play around their own wards, and then potentially move over to the top side, remove any sort of vision that LGD has, and then get map control that way. And you know, with these illusions, pushing safely,
he looks for the jumper collapse, he's not able to get the grab back on nothing to say. So nothing to say, Beacon is up a mirror, holding him for the longer, the food's going to get cancelled by the avalanche, the Winter's Curse coming to a quick end. The PSG LGD now charging on the base, Poe comes crashing down onto Mirror. Ancient Seal for now, onto Yatoro, so going to back up and reset inside the base, Toronto Tokyo. He's diving in, faster to his leads, he's able to take out nothing to say. Looking around and over to the side, he's got his eyes over towards Y. Or maybe even more actually, he's holding on to that, not jumping back quite yet. As they've killed off 2, and with 2 dead, they may just have the room here to push up to the high ground. Yatoro, steps it up. Still a bit longer with the Metamorphosis left. They're taking this tier 3 tower. There's going to have to be buybacks. Shinkyu back into the game. But a tier 3 taken here. Damage being done to the racks as well. No Kunka for 40 seconds.
Yeah, and no wolf fight.
Collapse. He finds a grab. Jumps in. Grand Spangle. The Sky up made. Shinkyu. He's gone for 70. Another man down on PSG LGD Spirit. They'll keep the push going. And you've got to be careful, you know. Collapse is looking for another one. There it is. He's in. Drag back on one. He just can't stop finding them. Collapse. Every single time. Pick off after pick off. He can't stand anywhere near Spirit.
No, you absolutely can't. And Yatoro's recognizing, you know, I don't have meta. I don't have my strongest spell, but neither do they. And he's just pushing it here. I think they're going to keep going for these buildings. They do not seem afraid. There's so much confidence right now in how they're playing. They get the buyback. He's the next mark, but he's 3,000 HP.
He's so tanky. Sunder, Satanic at the ready if he ever feels threatened.
But look at this. LGD are coming in from behind. They recognize that they can't go on the front line. They need to catch the backline heroes.
They're going to try and go for the easy kill first, or at least the easier, maybe. But no, it's not. TP out there, able to stop it. Arme's in with the combo. They catch the Bane. They need more, though, nothing to say in the team. Doesn't look like they're going to get it. Poshka's off into the trees. They won't be able to find him to stop that escape. Team Spirit, they take a Rex, they take a tier 3 in the mid lane, they only end up losing a Bane, pushing them up now to an 8k lead against PSG LGD.
Yep, and once again, both the wolf forms are expended, so you know what that means? Roshan's available, Metamorphosis is ready in 10 seconds, Team Spirit are going to eye it up.
That's going to get even harder to deal with Yatoro now. He's got the full Silver Edge done, so the ability to sort of duck in and out of the fights. He is going to be a right nightmare to deal with. We see Arme's farm not too far behind, but you definitely feel that at the moment, with the timings that they've hit, Spirit as a unit are so much harder to deal with than it is for them to take down PSG LGD.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's reflected in the way that Arme is playing, but he's about to get caught here.
Let's collapse! In with the Holotoss, dropping the RP! The BKB was out in time, he's into the Invis for the physical. Is he going to be enough to stop this Terrorblade? Yatoro, he's focusing down Arme. Arme's trying to run, but he can't get away from him! Arme out for 80! They're ready to chase for more. Collapse, steering in close to distance, sword to Jinju, then force the sky out. Set up there as well with the cast, they're ready to close up onto Fabian as well. They're going for a third kill here, skewer from Collapse, back into the claws of Spirit.
Team Spirit has lasted through the hardest part of the game. Now, everything is there, so you just need to play this calmly, don't overextend, recognize that as long as we play around our own timings, this game is firmly in our grip.
I mean, there's 3 dead. There's no buyback. It's only nothing to say. And why left here for the defense? The Team Spirit. They're under the tier 4s.
Dire's structures are
They've got a fortification, but there's still those long seconds before they get their 2 claws back in the game, PSG LGD.
They're gonna have to try to do something. I don't think they have enough time to wait for Tiny to respawn.
See how careful these Team Spirit play it.
Goes back.
There's still 20 seconds though, aren't they? They can push. They can push this Spirit. They don't need it back. 20 seconds with their army. They're going to look for more ground before they close it up. Jump ball for collapse. Shiki goes down. Nothing to say as well. Ancient, nothing to say on the buyback. 8 seconds until all over the Ancient. They're looking to close it up. The championship, they can take the protection is the roofs. The backdoor protection is in. It's not over yet. It's not over yet. PSG LGD, they'll start now to force Spirit back out of the base. Mipochka will get himself out with a blink. They just need to reset Spirit.
They're trying to get out of Fate Beyond on top of Miro.
With the curse, holding back the Lycan. Why? Being a bit of a nuisance off to the side. Impetus onto Miro, but why? It's chased out by the collapse. You saw them got him. Toronto Tokyo, long mana. James holds it back, but that was BKB. Oh, he has no back up. Straight back in with the Rubens. Gets instantly caught out with the Taurus. The silence as well, jump forward, collapse, BKB, into the clutch of the Toro, they're going to be able to lock him down with the RP, no detection, they need to see him, they don't get to see him, oh my, he's going to live, he's going to turn towards Spirit, still very low, and on slide chain, they get it, they finish him off, oh, nothing to say, what a TP, what a TP, he's out, he's alive.
So, no buyback on Toronto Tokyo, no buyback on Fate Beyond, no buyback on Ame.
Oh my goodness.
There is a Roshan.
There is.
Oh, I thought that was going to be it.
I mean, it was so close. But the backdoor protection kicks in. PSG LGD are able to pull together a defense. They lose their tier 4s. But the Ancient still stands.
Yep, Satanic use, Sunder as well. You can feel the nerves. I can feel it. It's just so much on the line. Just one Sentry Ward could have won them the game there, but support's unfortunately not able to get into range.
Let's see what they can do around this pit. They're still down 16k PSG. They've got all their ults up. Can they make any sort of steal? They've already managed to set up here onto the Conquer. They're going to go straight to the attack. The BKB. The Cars. Horseback army on the side. Nothing to say. He's going to go down. Out for 110. Yatora's ready to step up in his next tag. He's looking over towards Arlen. Collapse. Popping the BKB. And Mipochka keeping himself alive with the cold embrace. Spirit. Turn everyone's out of it. Oh, he's looking at the BKB to go. He's killed off another support. He's looking at Toronto Tokyo. Toronto Tokyo by the time of the He's coming over the Remnant. Slight this into the Remnant of the high ground. He's away. Both teams are sneaking around under the cover of these silver edges. Watching one another.
Metamorphosis is out, but so is the 2 wolf forms. It's both teams taking it safe right now. But look at why. He's stuck on the cliff.
Why?
Dude, look at how carefully they're playing it. They're scared to walk up here and try to kill him.
Oh, they got him.
There we go.
They'll take him off the cliff.
Look at Rose! Oh, he's killing Rose!
Oh, no, he can't do it, surely. He can't collapse. He's got his eyes on him. Still nothing to say all white for 50 seconds.
He's alone.
He's got in alone. That was a risky move. He's got the back of a Jin Q. But Spirit, they're going to chase off. Slide chase. Armor hits him on. 2 minutes, no Tiny. Ancient exposed. Spirit, they'll make the walk over towards the Ancient.
They're not waiting for the creeps.
They're ready to close it this time. Only 2 left. Can they stop a PSG? I know that they can. Jinky's got it over. It's over. They have done it. Team Spirit. They're coming to the grand finals. 2 games straight up. They take it away from PSG LGD. Game 3 and Game 4. PSG LGD, they hit back. But the Game 5, even though they get knocked down in 3 and 4, Spirit, they come back with the same skill and ability that's taken them this whole road to the grand finals. And what a road it has been. They take that Fnatic, OG, VP, IG, Secret,